Hey guys, tonight we're pulling back the velvet curtains, literally, on one of history's most notorious sanctuaries, Queen Victoria's bedroom. The walls stuffed with secrets, the bed more fortified than a Victorian bank vault. The woman simultaneously the most powerful widow in Europe and a sleep-deprived control freak. Imagine creeping down a candle-lit palace hallway, Persian rugs muffling your steps, only to find the Queen's chamber guarded like a dragon's hoard, brass knockers polished daily, footmen in silk stockings who look like they're afraid of ghosts, and not the metaphorical kind. Inside, the Queen is not snoozing. She is managing. You probably won't survive this bedtime. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And I'm curious, what time is it for you right now? And where are you listening from? Post it below. Now, dim the lights. Maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum. And let's ease into tonight's journey together. You arrive outside Victoria's chamber, and there's a smell lavender oil, beeswax, and iron discipline. The room is not just private, it's sacred. Bedchamber etiquette was a militarized ballet of silence and sequence. No one entered unannounced. No one looked her in the eye in the morning unless spoken to. Even the pillows had placement rules. Embroidered monograms facing precisely due north. The Queen's bedchamber functioned as a nucleus of monarchical control. It wasn't just where she slept, it was where her power slept. 2. The bed. A towering walnut leviathan carved with lions and laurels, stood not just as a sleeping instrument, but a symbol. It had steps. That's right, 3 mahogany steps to reach the mattress, as if the royal womb hovered slightly above sea level. The canopy was a womb of its own, silk-lined and tassel-draped, and within it, Victoria claimed the right to vanish, not just from sight, but from obligations. That's what a queen's bedroom is. After all, a loophole in duty. Or so she believed. Every evening, a cadre of women, the bedchamber women, a job title more serious than it sounds, would assemble for what might as well have been a pre-sleep summit. Nightgowns ironed within an inch of their lives, corset unlacing like a choreographed snake shedding its skin. Queen Victoria had a thing for ritual, and the evening disrobing was as sacred as Mass. Even the removal of her rings had an order. Emerald first, then the morning sapphire, always counterclockwise. But entering the room that was the Rubicon. For staff, it was a trial of silence. You, the lowly bedchamber maid, must bow slightly while holding the coal scuttle for the foot warmer. Speak only if directly questioned. If the Queen is in bed already, do not make eye contact. Even Prince Albert, the man legally allowed to see her ankles, had to play along. Once, during an especially tense visit from a French dignitary, Albert returned late. He knocked softly. No answer. Knocked again. A footman eventually told him the Queen had already entered her bed state. Translation: You'll be sleeping in the east parlor tonight. Buddy. Historians still argue whether these bedroom rules were an extension of royal protocol or a deeply personal obsession. Some say they were manifestations of trauma. Victoria lost her father at infancy and was raised in what she herself called a prison. Others blame her mother, the Duchess of Kent, who enforced strict sleeping schedules, zero privacy, and something called the Kensington system, a control method that made bedtime surveillance seem normal. Whatever the cause, the result was a woman who would one day banish an entire maid staff for folding nightgowns incorrectly. Victoria's idea of sleep was less relaxation and more surveillance. Each night, one woman would sit just outside the door, in case Her Majesty summoned assistance, but she rarely did. That was part of the mystique. Victoria fancied herself stoic, and stoic women don't whimper from nightmares. They simply adjust the lavender sachet under their pillow and command the terrors to leave. And yes, there were lavender sachets, stuffed with dried flowers, blessed by a chaplain, replaced every 6 weeks. She hated the smell of camphor, said it reminded her of sick rooms. You might wonder, did the Queen sleep well? Actually, no. Victoria frequently complained of sleeplessness. She scribbled furious journal entries at 2 a.m., wandered her thoughts back to childhood losses, dictated memos to servants too tired to spell Parliament, and reread letters from Albert when he was away. She called sleep a necessary dullness. For her, sleep wasn't escape. It was truce, and just beyond the fringe of this nocturnal fortress, life continued, chaotically. One of the stranger moments involved a courtier, Lady Flora Hastings, who was accused of being pregnant after appearing nauseous during a morning audience. The Queen, wielding all the bedside gossip power of a sorority president, launched an invasive investigation. Turns out, Lady Flora had a liver tumor. She died shortly after. Victoria never really apologized. The palace learned an important lesson: the Queen's bedchamber mood could destroy lives. Now let's dim the lights a little deeper and talk about one more shadowy corner: sex. Because yes, even in the ironclad sanctity of this rule-bound bedchamber, sex happened. Or, more precisely, was allowed to happen. Victoria's diary entries post-marriage are scandalously breathless. She described her wedding night as too delightful, and the next morning couldn't believe how often Albert had returned to the marital bed. She adored his body. She made sure his nightshirts were trimmed just right. One entry reads, "I never spent such an evening." All caps. Victorian, all caps. Let that sink in. But this euphoria was still locked inside regulation. Even lovemaking had its rules. Albert, though respected, had to request entry if Victoria had already retired. And in the mornings, if he lingered in bed, the bedchamber women would wait awkwardly outside, refusing to enter until summoned. One of them later joked that the Queen loved long nights and short mornings. That's palace speak, for they were at it like teenagers. And just because we're in the royal bed doesn't mean we can't dig up something weird. Here's your quirky tidbit. Victoria reportedly had a superstitious dislike of cold feet. Not metaphorically, but literally. She believed warm feet protected the soul from invasion during sleep. So, each night, a footmaid, yes, that was a job, would preheat her socks on a silver tray. Picture that. An empire built on the concept of foot toast. So tonight, as your eyelids start to sink, remember that once upon a time, bedtime wasn't about peace. It was about power, about whose footsteps could approach and whose dared not. It was about staging control in a world that constantly threatened to break into chaos. Victoria didn't sleep. She ruled from under a quilt. Now that you've made it into the Queen's bedroom and survived, you'll want to stay low. Because tonight's drama isn't about wars or coronations, but the ongoing Cold War of intimacy between Victoria and her beloved Prince Albert. You see, marriage didn't soften the rules of her bedroom. It just added new chapters to the protocol. The bed might have looked big enough to host a medium-sized cabinet meeting, but access to the royal body was tightly scheduled and monitored. Touching the Queen, even if you were the prince consort, was a matter not of desire, but of permission. Victoria's body was the battleground between public decorum and private yearning. And Albert, For all his handsome Germanic precision and love letters that read like Shakespeare filtered through an engineer, had to play by her rules. So, imagine it's a winter evening at Windsor. The fire is crackling. Candles gutter in the draft. You, as Albert, have made it through the day's endless protocols, speeches, horse rides, and the occasional colonial telegram. You sneak into the Queen's bedchamber, hoping for a snuggle, maybe more. But there's a problem. Victoria has already entered her sleep mode. That's not a joke, that's a phrase her staff actually used. Once the Queen was in bed and the drapes drawn, it was understood that no one, not even her husband, could approach her without a verbal summons. If Albert pulled back the curtain uninvited, that counted as a breach, a bedroom misdemeanor. The Queen might forgive it if he was in a good mood, but more likely, she would issue one of her frostbitten notes the next morning about respecting procedure. Historians still argue whether this was simply protocol carried too far, or a deeply embedded power play that Victoria used to reinforce dominance in an otherwise male-dominated monarchy. Some believe it was linked to her obsession with modesty, which she called the true feminine armor. Others say it was a childhood trauma holdover after all. The Kensington system her mother used involved never being left alone, even when asleep. Whatever the source, it meant that Albert, despite being the only man allowed under the royal canopy, had to tiptoe through the minefield of Victorian sexual politics. This led to what some court diaries describe as a rhythm of intimacy. Victoria might engage passionately one night, according to her diary. He was angelic, his kisses divine, and then go cold the next, citing either a headache, the need for solitude, or a spiritual mood. And don't assume she was always the passive party. Oh no. Victoria had an enormous sexual appetite. Letters to Albert during their separations are coded with longing. She craved physicality and made it clear, behind locked doors, that she was not merely ornamental, but she didn't want her hunger to be seen as vulgar. There was a paradox. She wanted him to come to her, but not unless she gave the green light. And God help the maid who accidentally left the wrong nightgown out. Because yes, nightgowns were coded. The Queen had over 30-some high-necked and sleep-only, others of thinner fabric and a bit more suggestive. Let's call them the Albert Special. Each gown sent a message. If you were one of the ladies-in-waiting responsible for laying out sleepwear, you'd better read the room, or risk being reassigned to less pleasant duties like polishing chamber pots in Balmoral. The thing is, Albert was no fool. He quickly learned to navigate these signs like an astronomer reading Victorian horoscopes. If the Queen wore her pearl-stitched robe, the night would end with cuddling and perhaps a bit of spooning. If she wore the thin muslin number, you clear your schedule, of course. This would all be very charming if not for the formal notices that followed. After a particularly intimate evening, Victoria would often record the event in her diary using euphemisms so thin it could pass for legal code. One entry reads, "My beloved was with me this night. So calm, so full of heart." Another entry, far more cheeky, simply said, "I awoke more exhausted than I had gone to bed." Bless him. Let's just say no one was confused. But this brings us to the heart of the royal bedroom paradox. It was both sanctuary and theater. The Queen maintained control by orchestrating not just her public life, but her most private acts. She loved Albert, desperately. But even love had to pass through ceremony. One visiting duchess once joked that she'd seen funerals with looser schedules than the Queen's bedroom routine. Want a weird fact to sweeten the story? Victoria apparently insisted that her bed not be touched by anyone but herself, Albert, or her two most trusted chambermaids. Once, when a junior servant accidentally bumped the mattress while changing the sheets, the Queen had the bed entirely redressed pillows, bolsters, sheets, everything just in case her energy had been disturbed. Yes, she believed in personal aura zones. The same Queen who scoffed at spiritualists and table-rapping seances believed her body's resting space held a delicate magnetic resonance. And let's not forget the symbolic side of it all. Her bed was not just a place for love or sleep. It was the sanctum where monarchy was made flesh. 9 pregnancies. That's right, 9. Victoria may have joked about the horrors of childbirth, but she always returned to the marital bed, because the bedroom was also the nursery of empire. Every royal birth was the result of a coded ritual between her and Albert. A nightgown laid, a phrase whispered, a fire stoked just so, and somewhere between politics and pillows, Britain grew. If all this feels too controlled to be romantic, don't worry, it was as romantic in its own Victorian way. Albert once surprised her with a private harpist, playing outside her window while she bathed. She later invited him in, which broke all her own rules. But love, like monarchy, sometimes bends protocol, even if it needs to be written up afterward in a 10-page note. So next time someone complains about mixed signals in modern dating, just remember even a literal queen had to decode bedtime body language while ruling an empire. And sometimes, just sometimes, the rules bent for love. You'd think that after all that coded intimacy and controlled affection, Queen Victoria might loosen up when it came to getting undressed. But no disrobing in Victoria's palace wasn't just personal hygiene. It was ceremonial theater, an event, a choreography of fabric, modesty, and imperial symbolism. You don't simply get ready for bed when you're monarch of the largest empire on earth. You perform bedtime, and you, the monarch, are the reluctant star of the show. Now picture this: the Queen stands before a full-length mirror. But she's not alone. At least 2 ladies in waiting flank her, each clutching an item of nightwear with reverent focus. The third, known as the underdresser, begins the sacred unraveling. The corset unlacing alone takes upward of 15 minutes and 2 pairs of hands. This is not a striptease, it's a textile exorcism, because underneath those regal layers lies a small, surprisingly delicate woman who carried both grief and control beneath her skin like second layers of clothing. The process is painstaking. The outer gown is removed first and hung with the solemnity of a relic. Then come the petticoats. There are usually 4 or 5. Then the corset, which may have tiny handwritten notes tucked inside reminders, prayers, even the occasional poem. Victoria was sentimental like that. Then the chemise, then the stockings, then, finally, her slippers, one of which almost always squeaked. And throughout it all, no one talks, no jokes, no gossip. The Queen is not a buddy, she's an altar. The unwrapping of her day-worn garments is done with priestly silence. Her body, once revealed, is immediately covered again in night attire, sometimes muslin, sometimes silk, often lavender-scented, and never chosen at random. Remember those Albert special nightgowns? Well, if none were laid out. That was a message. No one needed to say a word. The gown did the talking. What's often overlooked in these evening routines is how much power Victoria drew from them. Historians still argue whether the elaborate disrobing was more about reclaiming control over her physical vulnerability, or simply a symptom of deep ritualism. passed down from generations of royal conditioning. One theory even suggests she used the act of dressing and undressing as a daily rite of resetting the monarchy, a private moment to erase the day's compromises and reassert her absolute sovereignty over herself and her space. And then there's the weird part, because every Victorian royal anecdote has a weird part. Victoria believed strongly in color-coded energy. She once insisted that her disrobing garments, yes, even the under-chemises, be organized by hue to match the mood of the day. Blue if she'd argued with ministers, ivory if she'd had a happy correspondence from her children, and black, always black, on the anniversaries of Albert's death. She even instructed staff to dust the mirror frames with rosewater when she was in mourning. Somehow, she thought it softened the reflection. Let's not forget that despite all these rituals, her nighttime routine wasn't always solemn. Sometimes, it was downright awkward. Once, during a visit to Balmoral, she began her nightly undressing only to realize that a new maid, unfamiliar with protocol, was standing too close. Victoria froze, clutched her gown to her chest, and reportedly whispered, "Remove thyself." That poor maid was reassigned the next morning to a remote estate and never returned to royal service. But perhaps the most fascinating part of this bedtime ballet is how its rigidity collided with the private intimacy of her marriage. Imagine being Albert, watching your wife get undressed in absolute silence, surrounded by staff, and then expected to transition immediately into cuddles and pillow talk. The Queen expected decorum right up to the second she stepped into bed. Only then did her eyes soften. Only then might she reach for Albert's hand and say something personal. But even then, there were rules. Albert was allowed to touch her only once she had turned to him. Not before, not presumptuously. Their love may have been warm, but the steps toward it were ice cold. And if Albert ever forgot a step, like accidentally addressing her before the final pin was removed from her hair, she would frown, pause, and say something like, "Order, please." Their affection, deep and genuine as it was, still moved along tracks she laid. All of this, the gowns, the silence, the color-coded moods, was part of the same Victorian theater of virtue. The Queen's bedchamber had to embody not just her personhood, but the empire's morality. To the public, Victoria was the widow of Windsor, the matriarch of moral England. Her modesty was a weapon, a way to tame scandal before it began. And what better place to start than the undressing room? But let's drift towards something steamier, because beneath all this ritual, sex still happened. And sometimes, it disrupted the system. One particularly amusing account comes from a source close to Lady Churchill, one of the Queen's longtime bedchamber attendants. One night, Albert decided to surprise Victoria with an impromptu visit after a late night of piano practice. He arrived at her door just as she was stepping into her nightgown. Caught mid-transition, she shrieked not in horror, but in mock outrage, and chased him out into the hallway, where they both burst into laughter. The next day, however, a written reprimand was issued not to Albert, but to the staff. Apparently, someone had failed to inform the Queen that her husband was in the vicinity. The moral of the story: even romantic spontaneity required a footnote. Here's a quirky tidbit. Victoria believed that if you sneezed during the final step of undressing, specifically while removing the last stocking, it was a bad omen. On such nights, she'd insist on redressing to the corset and starting again. Yes, she reset the entire routine. One poor lady-in-waiting dubbed it the curse of the sneezing foot. Think your OCD's bad? Try working for this woman. And what about the mirrors? She had 5. 1 full length, 1 oval with an ivory frame, and 3 small hand mirrors. But she never looked into them during disrobing. She didn't want to see herself becoming unformed. Her word, not ours. Vanity was not the issue. It was identity. In her mind, the act of disrobing risked diluting her royal self. Only once fully in her nightgown and seated on the bed would she allow herself to glance at the reflection, just to ensure that, in her words, the sovereign has not disappeared beneath the woman. This single line, found in a letter to her daughter Vicky, encapsulates everything. The Queen's bedroom wasn't a place of rest. It was a stage where her two selves, woman and monarch, fought for control each night under candlelight. And as you lie back and close your eyes tonight, maybe you'll hear the rustle of silk, the faint sigh of a queen fighting to retain her shape in the soft collapse of bedtime. So now that you're suitably wrapped in lace and drenched in lavender oil, let's dive right under the sheets where a whole different category of royal madness awaits. Because believe it or not, even the sheets on Queen Victoria's bed had rules. Not rules in the normal sense, like don't forget to change them, but geopolitical-grade protocol. Starch levels calibrated, fabric imported from specific regions, thread counts debated in writing. Victoria's bed wasn't just a sleeping surface, it was a diplomatic minefield. And yes, there was a full-blown scandal over it, because, of course, there was. You wouldn't expect something as innocent-sounding as bed linen to erupt into controversy. But when you're queen of half the globe, even your pillowcases can start a constitutional crisis. It all began with an accidental shipment Belgian cotton instead of the expected Irish linen. The court laundress noticed immediately. The texture was wrong. She claimed too soft, not enough body. Victoria herself felt it before anyone said a word. The next morning, she allegedly exclaimed that her dreams had been too French. That's not a joke. That's what she said. The implication being decadent, improper, possibly Catholic. The suppliers were immediately summoned, forced to defend their product under cross-examination by ladies-in-waiting. A full week of bedroom unrest followed. In the end, the linens were burned and the Irish linen reinstated, with written guarantees of purity and Protestant thread integrity. You can't make this stuff up. But here's the deeper thing those sheets symbolized, far more than comfort. They were part of Victoria's self-curated image of virtue, discipline, and moral high ground. Everything from the way the corners were tucked to the placement of the monogram mattered. A wrinkle implied chaos. An off-center V. R. Victoria Regina stitched into the pillowcase. Sacrilege. Her pen was meant to reflect her empire orderly, immaculate, Protestant, and defiantly British. Historians still argue whether this obsession was driven by personal compulsion or calculated messaging. Some suggest it was her way of domesticating monarchy using the bedroom, the most feminine of domains, as a stage to perform power without seeming masculine. Others see it as a smokescreen for deeper insecurity, an empress cocooning herself in starch to avoid the fraying threads of grief, responsibility, and, frankly, the exhausting job of being seen. And while we're on the topic of being seen, let's peek at one peculiar rule. Victoria never allowed anyone to watch the sheets being changed, not even Albert. The process was conducted behind closed doors, often in the early morning before the Queen rose. Why? Because her sleeping body, its imprint on the mattress, its residual warmth was considered too sacred, too intimate to be witnessed in transition. This might sound excessive, but remember, we're in the age where royal beds were almost altars. The idea of her bodily absence being literally swept away by scullery maids was intolerable, so she had it codified only the senior bedchamber maid and one assistant could touch the linen. Gloves were required. Yes, gloves. For sheets. But perhaps the most explosive linen-related drama came after Albert's death in 1861. The Queen entered a mourning period so severe it practically redefined the concept. She refused to let anyone remove the sheets from their last shared bed. For weeks, the staff tried to keep it fresh by airing the room and sprinkling rose water, but the idea of washing away his presence was, to her, emotional treason. Eventually, after public health concerns were whispered among senior advisors, a compromise was reached. The sheets could be removed, but only if replaced by linen that had been in direct contact with Albert's body. His dressing gown was cut into strips and sewn into the seam of the new bedclothes. This was not sentimental hoarding. This was ritual grief woven into royal textile. And here's where the weird gets weirder. Victoria believed in something called residual essence. She thought the human soul left traces in fabric, especially in bed linens. This belief wasn't totally fringe in her era. Similar ideas circulated in spiritualist circles, and though she publicly disdained table tappers and mediums, she did consult her personal physician about the energetic purity of sleeping materials. He prescribed lavender sprigs and silk undersheets to repel negative memories. Which brings us to a bizarre but delightful moment in 1863, when Victoria's eldest son, Bertie, future King Edward VII, married Princess Alexandra of Denmark. The Queen gifted the couple not a crown jewel, but a bespoke set of marital sheets, hand-stitched by her own embroidery maid, with the Latin phrase Concordia Domestica, domestic harmony, threaded in white on white at the foot of the bed. The Queen added a note explaining that proper linens were the architecture of married life. Albert had once said the same to her. Of course, no one dared ask what happened to the old sheets. The ones from the early, heated years. Those were most likely stored in one of the sealed trunks marked with a V.A. crest and a death date. Her chambers were full of them. The symbolism of bed linens as historical record continues to fascinate modern scholars. One even likened Victoria's insistence on linen purity to religious relic maintenance. The bed became a shrine, the sheets, the vestments, the laundress, a kind of secular priestess. It sounds absurd, but in a world where monarchy survives on myth, nothing is too sacred to be curated. Let's pause for a sex story. Don't worry, it's still PG-13 but juicy in that historical intrigue sort of way. Eleanor Herman's Sex with Kings recounts a fascinating anecdote about Napoleon III's visit to the British court. During his stay, he apparently asked his valet to procure a British-made linen set, as firm and noble as Her Majesty's gaze. It was meant as a compliment, but word got back to Victoria, and she was not amused. "The Emperor is free to admire my gaze," she reportedly said, "but let him admire his own bedsheets. Diplomatic linen shade, Victorian style." And now, for your quirky tidbit, Queen Victoria refused to sleep on anything other than a mattress stuffed with Scottish wool and Hungarian goose feathers. Why this precise combo? She claimed it gave her both resistance and surrender. Let that phrase sit with you. Resistance and surrender. That's how she wanted her bed to feel. Not too soft, not too hard. Empire Goldilocks. And once, when staying at a German palace, she had her own mattress couriered in by train because the local bedding was too papist in sensation. We'll leave it to you to unpack what that means. So tonight, as you drift deeper beneath your own sheets, maybe wrinkled, maybe rumpled, but gloriously rule-free. Remember that for Queen Victoria, even sleep had a dress code. And sometimes it was made of thread count and Protestant defiance. By now, you're probably thinking that bedtime in the royal palace was just a constant parade of cotton, corsets, and cryptic nightgown signals. But we haven't even gotten to the heads. Yes, the wigs. In a world obsessed with appearances, the royal head had rules of its own, and Queen Victoria, short and round and often painted like an imperial cherub, had a very specific relationship with her hair, or lack thereof. You see, by the time she entered her 40s, Victoria was experiencing significant hair thinning, a combination of postnatal stress, medical treatments, and Victorian cosmetics, heavy in lead and mercury, had taken their toll. But acknowledging this in public was unthinkable. She was the figurehead of Victorian femininity, the maternal engine of an empire, and mothers of nations do not have bald spots. So she did what millions would later do. Quietly, she got wigs. Not one, several, carefully crafted, finely brushed, and styled to mimic the curls of her youth. And yes, she wore them even in bed. Not during sleep itself, though. On occasion she did fall asleep in them, but certainly when being seen in bed. This included times of illness, childbirth, and even those tender moments when Albert came to bid her good night after a state dinner. If a footman or a court physician was to enter her chamber, the wig went on. No exceptions. The idea of being seen in her true state was repugnant to her. Even during childbirth, she reportedly demanded her hair be arranged and pinned, so she looked composed, not animal. This wasn't vanity so much as symbolism. The monarch's hair was part of the crown, an extension of authority. Historians still argue whether her refusal to reveal her real hair, even in intimate settings, stemmed from childhood insecurity or a calculated performance of strength. Some diaries suggest that even Albert was never permitted to stroke her scalp directly. Whether that's true is debated, but the symbolism is strong even in moments of love. The crown stayed on. Here's a fun image for you. One of her wigs, the night piece, was made from a blend of her own hair and donated locks from her daughter's. It was designed to appear casually tousled, as if sleep had tousled it. Manufactured bedhead, Victorian bed cosplay, and it had its own stand velvet lined. Of course, at night. If she wasn't wearing it, the wig was placed on this stand beside the bed, partially covered with a lace doily to prevent dust. Once, during a thunderstorm, a gust of wind from an open window knocked the wig to the floor, and the queen screamed so loudly the guards thought an assassin had breached the palace. The wig was fine. The footman was not. He was dismissed 2 weeks later for negligence in window maintenance. That's the power of royal hair. But the wigs were only the visible crown of a much deeper system of appearance politics. Victoria also insisted that her ladies-in-waiting maintain a consistent standard of head presentation. Hair had to be worn in specific styles, reflecting the queen's own preferences. Loose curls were forbidden. Bangs were discouraged. One poor duchess who arrived for her night shift with a new fringe was told to reconsider her commitment to the crown. Hair was political, even in the bedroom. Let's not forget makeup, or, more accurately, its careful absence. Victoria abhorred heavy paint. Rouge was for actresses and French women, which, in her worldview, were often one and the same. She preferred subtle powders, floral water, and brace yourself vinegar as a skin tonic. The smell in her bedchamber must have been somewhere between a bakery and a haunted apothecary. Her ladies often joked, behind closed doors, that her beauty regimen could dissolve time itself. Yet despite her distaste for cosmetic artifice, she remained obsessed with looking put together. Even her sleepwear bore tiny silk rosettes that matched her evening shawls. The line between day costume and nightwear was blurry. As long as there was the possibility of being seen, she treated every textile as part of the performance. Which brings us to the story of the wig incident, recorded by a gossip-hungry lady-in-waiting whose diary now lives in the Royal Archives. This little mishap began during a visit to Balmoral. Victoria had retired early, nursing a mild headache, and had instructed that no one disturb her unless a telegram arrived from London. Naturally, a telegram did arrive, a critical message from Prime Minister Palmerston. The footman knocked, was admitted, and entered only to find the Queen in bed, without her wig. She shrieked, pulled the blanket over her head, and, in a muffled voice, demanded the message be burned. "He has seen me undone," she allegedly said later. "I am unsovereigned." That phrase, unsovereigned, is a glimpse into how she saw herself. Nakedness wasn't just physical, it was a crisis of identity. Without her hair, her rosettes, her carefully orchestrated curls, she felt dethroned, not relaxed, not free, dethroned. Scholars love to dissect. Was it a form of psychological armor? A woman protecting her power through costume? Or did she genuinely believe the illusion? A little of both. Perhaps. You'd think all this hair drama would have no connection to sex. But you'd be wrong. According to The Erotic Spirit Through History, Albert once tried to coax her into wearing nothing at all to bed. Just once. Just for him. She resisted. She argued. She explained the spiritual risk. Eventually, she compromised, sort of. She wore a transparent chemise and removed her wig, but only after extinguishing all lights and blowing out the candles herself. Even in pitch darkness, she kept the act alive. Afterward, she recorded in her diary, "I felt both his eyes and the angels watching." If you're wondering whether Albert cared, you'll be happy to know he was deeply affectionate about her body. In fact, he once had a private sketch done of her bare shoulders as a birthday gift to himself. The Queen kept it hidden in a drawer beneath her prayer book. That's Victorian intimacy for you. And now, your quirky tidbit of the night, Queen Victoria's favorite wig was named Helena after her third daughter, and she treated it like a person. She would sometimes speak to it while brushing it, murmuring things like, "Behave tonight, Helena." One visitor even reported seeing the Queen stroke the wig's curls absent-mindedly during a storm, as if calming a pet. Was it eccentric? Yes. But also, in a way, endearing. A monarch who carried an empire on her back needed something soft to hold. So, as you sink further into your own pillows, maybe ruffled, maybe uncombed, know that the woman who ruled half the world couldn't sleep unless her hair was perfectly staged, even when it wasn't really hers. Because being queen wasn't just a job. It was a bedtime role she never stopped performing. You'd be forgiven for thinking Queen Victoria's bedchamber was all about fabric and fuss. But let's now turn the volume way down to almost silence, because that's exactly how she liked it. Absolute, echo-swallowing, emotion-muffling quiet. In the royal bedroom, sound wasn't just frowned upon, it was considered a moral failing. Every creak, whisper, or unintended throat clear was an offense against decency. If you were serving the Queen at bedtime, You didn't speak unless asked. And even if asked, you answered in hushed tones. We're not talking about polite conversation here. We're talking monastic levels of mute obedience. Silence was so enforced that Victoria's senior bedchamber maid once described the Queen's room after sunset as a cathedral in lace. What makes this rule especially strange is that Victoria herself was quite chatty in daylight. Her letters brimmed with political opinions, gossip, grievances, and love. She adored correspondence, but as night fell, her temperament shifted. In her own words, the mind must be permitted to dim, not spark. After twilight, no debates, no debriefs, and certainly no laughter. Even Albert, the poor man, had to learn how to mute his Germanic enthusiasm in the nighttime hush. Early in their marriage, he once tried to make a bedtime joke about Lord Melbourne's beard. Victoria didn't laugh. She stared at him for a long moment and replied, "Sleep and satire are incompatible." From that night on, Albert kept his punchlines for breakfast. This quietude extended to the furniture. Chairs with squeaky joints were exiled. The bed canopy had to be rehung with special cords that didn't rustle when drawn. The floorboards were lined with extra carpeting. Even the clock was replaced with a quieter Model 1 that ticked like a whisper. The room wasn't just silent. It absorbed sound like a Victorian black hole. But there was more than just preference at play here. Historians still argue whether this obsession with silence stemmed from her upbringing, where she was constantly observed but rarely allowed to speak, or from a deeper psychological strategy. Some believe the silence was her way of controlling narrative. In silence, no one contradicts you, no one interrupts. The monarch remains sovereign, even in slumber. Others argue it was a form of post-traumatic regulation. After Albert's death, the silence deepened. What had once been a preference became near religious dogma. She refused all evening music in the palace for months. She had the bells muffled. Even the dogs wore padded collars so their tags wouldn't clink. Speaking of dogs, you might enjoy this odd gem, her beloved Pomeranian. Marco was trained not to bark after dark. Apparently, a servant used a silver tuning fork as a training tool. If Marco so much as whimpered near the Queen's bed, the fork was struck, and the sound would distract him. It got to the point where the dog would visibly tense if anyone raised their voice past 7 p.m. That's how far the bedtime silence went. It rewired the pets. Victoria's staff. Naturally, adapted. They developed a kind of whisper telepathy, lip reading, strategic glances, soft gestures with fans or gloves. In some ways, the Queen's bedroom functioned like a mime theater run by women in corsets. The only sound that was consistently allowed came from the fire. Victoria adored the crackling of logs. She called it the acceptable voice of rest. Logs were chosen for their burn quality too dry, and they popped. Too damp, and they hissed. There was an entire sub-discipline within the household devoted to sound-appropriate wood. Oak was favored, never pine. Pine, she said, has opinions. So what happened if someone broke the silence? It depended on the offense. A dropped tray might earn a frown. A poorly timed sneeze could mean reassignment. But the gravest crime unforgivable was laughter. One lady-in-waiting, young and new, once giggled when Victoria mispronounced a German poem Albert had written. The room froze. The Queen turned slowly, like a hinge creaking open, and simply said, "You will not return." And she didn't. A week later, the girl was gone. No ceremony, no explanation. just gone. That wasn't cruelty. That was control. Victoria didn't just demand obedience. She demanded ambiance. You might wonder, didn't this all feel lonely? Certainly. Albert thought so. In letters to friends, he hinted at the ghostly quiet of the royal evenings. He missed the casual warmth of his youth, but he played along, out of love, out of duty, and sometimes out of strategy. Because silence didn't just serve the Queen's temperament, it served her politics. The quieter the bedroom, the fewer the witnesses. Remember, the royal bed wasn't just a place to sleep. It was, occasionally, a venue for confidential briefings. Ministers came by with sealed letters. Messages were read aloud. Decisions whispered into lace pillows. And all of it, recorded or not, took place in near complete hush. One scholar described Victoria's bed as the softest war room in British history. And that makes a lot of sense when you consider just how many imperial edicts and personal letters were composed under that canopy. Oh yes, she wrote in bed, constantly. She had a lap desk designed for use beneath a quilt, ink pots with spill-proof lids, a system of pillows to support her back. She would scribble notes at 11 p.m. and expect replies before morning. Sleep was something that happened between dispatches, or during. She once woke with ink on her cheek. So, here's your sex story for the night, and it's a bit quieter than usual fitting. Really. On their anniversary, Albert once arranged for a small string quartet to play outside their window. Victoria, touched but panicked about the noise, sent a maid to hush them mid-area instead of joining her in bed. Albert was summoned to sit silently in a chair nearby while she wept quietly into her pillow. Later, she thanked him with a kiss and wrote in her diary, "Love is best measured in volume, and his was delightfully mute." Tender her. Romantic, that depends on your tolerance for emotional repression. And now, for your quirky tidbit. The Queen's bedposts were drilled hollow. Why? To reduce the chance of creaking or groaning. Yes, engineered silence. Even the furniture was expected to behave. One footman once joked that even ghosts didn't dare make noise in that room. So, as you nestle deeper under your own blanket tonight, maybe with a podcast humming or a fan spinning gently, consider the woman who ruled an empire from under a dome of enforced silence. She wasn't just trying to sleep. She was trying to disappear just enough to stay in control. Now that we've learned how silence governed Victoria's bedchamber like a velvet dictator, let's stretch out and ask a quieter question. What does the Queen actually do in bed? Not sex, not sleep, not whispering imperial commands into the firelight. Just lying there. And the answer is, she slept like it was a civic duty. Not a comfort, not a human necessity. A duty. You've probably had bad nights before tossing, turning, staring at the ceiling like it owes you answers. But Queen Victoria took sleeplessness to a philosophical level. Her idea of rest was less about dreams and more about deactivation. She believed the sovereign mind needed regular intervals of what she called reposeful surrender. Except she never quite surrendered. Not really. She resisted sleep like she resisted democracy cautiously, stubbornly, and with a lot of lace. Her nights followed a rigid structure. Bedtime was generally between 10 hours and 10:30 p.m. After a brief prayer, 3 letters dictated to secretaries, and the meticulous folding of her shawl collection, which, yes, had a dedicated shawl cabinet beside the bed. Her shawl of the day was always laid across the footboard overnight, folded to a precise triangle, like a battalion waiting orders. After this, she would lie back, not on a pillow, but on a wedge, a triangle-shaped prop that helped her sit semi-upright in case she needed to read or issue a sudden edict. This made her sleep posture look less like rest and more like preparation for a surprise inspection by God. Her hand often held a small satin pouch of clove-stuffed herbs, a Victorian version of a bedtime stress ball. And before you imagine that she drifted gently into sleep under the gentle glow of gaslight, no. She preferred total darkness. Once the candles were out, even the hearth was closed with a metal screen to block flickers. A single night lamp might glow behind a privacy panel, but otherwise, the room was midnight black. Her bed faced away from the windows to avoid moonlight disrupting her inner equilibrium. And then came the waiting, because sleep did not arrive promptly. Victoria, despite being exhausted by grief, state paperwork, and the daily theater of monarchy, struggled with insomnia for decades. She would lie for hours, eyes open, composing letters in her head or replaying conversations she had with Albert, even years after his death. Some nights she'd have a maid read aloud until she dozed off. The books were usually religious, moral, or autobiographical, nothing that might excite the mind. Never fiction. She called fiction too lively for rest. Historians still argue whether this insomnia was clinical or psychological. There are theories it stemmed from childhood anxiety, remember. The Kensington system forbade her from sleeping alone or making bedtime choices. Others believe it was chronic grief, her internal metronome forever altered after Albert's death. Whatever the cause, she planned to view sleep not as surrender, but negotiation. You don't collapse into it, you court it, like a suspicious relative. Enter tonight's sex story, not torrid, but revealing. According to Sex with Kings, one of Albert's most effective techniques for helping the Queen sleep was a sensual massage of her temples. It was the one time he was allowed to touch her without direct instruction. After particularly long council days, he would rub her forehead gently while she lay stiffly upright, and only after several minutes would her body soften and slide lower into the bed. She melted like sugar in tea, he once told a confidant, but always in stages. Victoria even mentioned these sessions in her journal, not in erotic terms, but as acts of profound kindness. It was a healing, she wrote, not a passion. But don't be fooled, these bedtime rituals were every bit as intimate as their more explicit moments. Because in her world, letting someone touch your head was as intimate as letting them see your diary. And Albert, alone among men, was granted both. The real twist after his death. She kept the ritual. She trained one of her maids to perform the same forehead massage, not in a sexual way, but as an echo of Albert's care. It soothed her. She called it the memory treatment. It became part of her bedtime routine, like a ghost of affection, but even that wasn't enough. Sometimes, the insomnia returned full force, and when it did, she wrote and wrote and wrote. One night, she penned 5 pages on the subject of lace manufacturing tariffs. Another, she wrote out a eulogy for a dog that had died 6 years prior. Her lap desk became a second pillow, her quill a surrogate lullaby. Some mornings, the staff would find dried ink on her fingers and blotches on her nightgown. One attendant said the Queen's dreams bled through parchment. Want a strange little tidbit to go with your nightcap? Victoria's pillows had names, not all of them, just 2 of her favorites. One was called Bessie, a plump bolster she claimed helped her think. The other, Clarence, was a firmer, flatter one she used for posture and moral uprightness. She would instruct maids to fetch Bessie, not Clarence, depending on her mood. And yes, those names were embroidered into the corners in faded blue thread. Let's return briefly to the architecture of her sleep. The mattress wasn't overly soft. She didn't believe in indulgence. Too much comfort, she claimed, made one weak, but the bed was always warmed. Not just by foot warmers or hot bricks, but by what she called tender heating. This meant the bed was pre-warmed by placing wrapped bottles in a specific X formation between the sheets an hour before she entered. It created pockets of readiness, according to the senior chambermaid. If those pockets were too hot or too cool, the entire process was redone, because temperature, Victoria believed, was the gatekeeper of dreams. Once asleep, if she managed it, she slept light. The slightest noise would jolt her awake, which is why a small bell was placed within reach at all times, so she could summon staff to adjust the fire, change her pillow, or simply confirm the hour. One unlucky maid had to learn to tell time by firelight just for these moments. And when the Queen woke up, startled, she often demanded immediate reading scripture preferred. She once said, "The Psalms are my sentinels." All of which brings us to this insight: sleep, for Victoria, was not a luxury. It was a trial, a state she earned by staging every moment leading to it with perfect control. There's an old idea that how a ruler sleeps reflects how they govern. If so, Victoria governed with one eye open, fingers curled around memory, cloaked in silence, and cushioned by pillows with names. So as you drift into your own slumber, perhaps without warming bricks or lace-trimmed bolsters, know that the queen of an empire didn't glide into dreams. She negotiated with them, night after night, under the weight of grief, power, and stubborn rituals. By now, you've probably figured out that Queen Victoria's nights weren't all sighs and stillness. They were highly staged performances of control. But just for a moment, pull back the velvet drapes and squint a little deeper into the dark. Because even beneath all the starch, symbolism, and sacred silence, there was sex, surprisingly frequent, shockingly steamy, at least by Victorian standards, and completely dictated by Her Majesty's mysterious choreography of desire. You wouldn't think it, not with all the mourning portraits and moral posturing, but Victoria loved sex, not abstractly, not vaguely, physically, passionately, and unapologetically with Albert. That is, she once wrote, "Albert's embrace is the music of my soul," which would be insufferably cheesy if it weren't so nakedly honest. And here's the twist within her iron-fisted bedroom regime. Sex wasn't the rule breaker, it was the prize, the exception, the once-in-a-while moment when surrender was allowed, but only under her terms. According to letters and diaries preserved in court archives, the Queen was extremely fond of intimacy with Albert, especially during the early years of marriage. Her writing practically purrs with it. She described his chest as marble, warmed by firelight, and his kisses as storms softened by love. If that doesn't sound like someone repressing her sexuality, it's because she wasn't. She was just channeling it into a very specific, very private script. Sex didn't happen spontaneously. It was anticipated like a diplomatic banquet. There were signals. The right nightgown laid out. The right perfume dabbed, usually rose and sandalwood. The mood had to be just so. No political letters that day. No grief anniversaries. And absolutely no royal children barging in with requests for ponies. And Albert, he had to behave. No arguments. No unsolicited affection. Victoria, in her most vulnerable moments, needed to feel completely in control. When everything was aligned: emotion, scent, silence, memory, that's when she gave herself permission. She would reach for his hand, or whisper one of their private German pet names, or sometimes just turn over and make space. That was the royal green light. But don't think it was one-sided. Once permission was granted, Albert was a generous and attentive partner. He saw her not as a queen to be tiptoed around, but as a woman to be adored. According to the history of sexuality, their lovemaking was deeply affectionate, not just carnal. They spent long minutes kissing, embracing, often talking softly afterward. He never left immediately. He stayed, which mattered a lot. Victoria despised being left alone after intimacy. She called it a severance of spirit. So he remained by her side until she drifted off, which, as we've covered, took a while. Their physical connection was so powerful that even after 9 children, and no, that's not a typo, 9, she continued to crave him. Long after their youngest was born, she wrote, "His touch undoes my sorrow." That's not queen speak. That's heartbreakingly human. Now here's a peculiar little wrinkle in the bedsheet. Victoria insisted that sex never happen unless the room was in absolute order. No unfolded clothes, no off-center pictures, no ashes in the hearth. She believed that physicality cannot bloom in disorder. If a curtain was crooked, the mood was ruined. Albert once reportedly paused mid-embrace to adjust a candelabrum she'd noticed was tilted. Romance, in her world, was nothing without symmetry. Historians still argue whether this obsession with order during sex was an extension of royal control or something more psychological, a way to distance herself from the chaos of real emotions by embedding them in ritual. Either way, it worked. She was happy, she was fulfilled, and she made no apologies for it. In fact, she once scolded her daughter Vicky for speaking negatively about marital relations. One should never dread love. She wrote, "It is God's great hush. Let that settle in. One should never dread love." This from the woman who engineered a bedtime bureaucracy rivaled only by the Vatican. And let's not skip over the best part, because it's absolutely real, utterly odd, and genuinely delightful. Victoria and Albert had a designated bedtime playlist. Not music, mind you, but poetry. Specifically, Alfred Tennyson's In Memoriam and certain psalms. Read aloud, sometimes by a maid before intimacy, sometimes whispered between themselves. Yes, sexy Tennyson foreplay. In one entry, Victoria recorded. Albert read to me. Psalm 42. I wept, and then I felt his arms and knew I had not been forgotten by heaven. This level of layered emotion might seem exhausting, but for Victoria, it was essential. She believed sex had to be nested inside ritual. Otherwise, it became animalistic, which she abhorred. Even in passion, the soul must not be lost. Here's your fringe tidbit of the night, and brace yourself after Albert's death. Victoria commissioned a life-sized sculpture of his hand. Not just any hand, his right hand. Relaxed, palm up. She kept it beside her bed and would hold it before falling asleep. Sometimes, even during her infamous grief naps, she would clutch it to her chest. It was made of marble and allegedly had his wedding ring cast into the finger. She called it my eternal holding. No one was allowed to touch it without gloves. Now imagine the emotional geography of her bed. A widow lying beside a marble hand. Memory in place of touch. She never remarried, never even entertained the idea. In her words, there can be no second skin. This devotion bled into all aspects of her life. She kept Albert's dressing gown hanging on a peg. His shaving kit remained in the washroom, replenished weekly, and she ordered that his side of the bed be turned down each night, even decades after his passing. The ritual of sex, once so alive, became the ritual of remembrance. Her bed was no longer a shared space. It became a shrine. But even in grief, the memory of physicality lingered, in one particularly raw letter to her daughter Louise. Victoria confessed, "I miss the warmth most. Not the talk, not the comfort. The warmth. That's not protocol. That's not monarchy. That's just one woman aching in the dark." So as you tuck yourself in tonight, perhaps in mismatched pajamas and surrounded by unfolded laundry, remember that even the mightiest monarchs yearn for something simple to be touched, to be held, and to fall asleep feeling known. And sometimes, the only difference between a queen and anyone else is the number of rules she needs to let herself feel it. If you thought the queen's obsession with bedroom order was limited to herself and Albert, you're in for a surprise. Because once you shift your gaze just beyond the polished bedposts and silk-hung canopy, you'll spot the true collateral damage of Victoria's nighttime regime, her staff. Specifically, the courtiers who had the grave misfortune of being anywhere near the royal bedroom after dusk. These weren't ordinary servants. These were titled women, high-born dames, personal confidants, and occasionally collateral characters in a never-ending etiquette opera. Their job, maintain the queen's bedtime world like a sacred snow globe. Their risk, tripping over a single rule and vanishing from history like a mismatched pillowcase. Now, imagine being Lady Susan, one of Victoria's more experienced ladies-in-waiting, already 5 years into the royal night shift. You know the rhythms. You anticipate the moods. You've even learned to tell the queen's emotional temperature by the angle of her shawl drape. Then, one night, a new girl is added to the rotation, a fresh-faced young noble who, despite weeks of training, forgets the golden rule: you do not, under any circumstances, enter the bedchamber without hearing your name directly summoned. The queen, mid-disrobing, sees the shadow enter. She doesn't scream. She doesn't faint. She goes quiet. Bone deep, room-stopping quiet. That's when you know it's bad. The young noble is gone the next morning. No reprimand, no formal dismissal. Just reassigned abroad. When you ask around, no one knows or pretends not to. The lesson lingers. You never enter unless bidden. Historians still argue whether such severe responses were meant to preserve dignity or simply demonstrate power. Some suggest Victoria operated with calculated omniscience, using minor infractions to remind everyone who controlled the atmosphere. Others see it as a residue of trauma, a woman robbed of privacy as a child, and now violently protective of every inch of personal space. Either way, the effect was total. The queen's bedroom became a whisper economy of invisible labor, where survival depended on memory, obedience, and luck. But there were exceptions. Some courtiers, through sheer loyalty or peculiar chemistry, lasted for decades. Lady Churchill, for instance, famously claimed that she could read the queen's mind before the third yawn. Victoria trusted her so completely that she once allowed her to adjust the queen's pillow positioning after Albert's death, a task normally forbidden. That's how you knew you'd made it. You were allowed to fluff. Of course, even the veterans had bad nights. One memorable incident involved Lady Ely, a stalwart member of the inner circle. During an especially stormy evening at Balmoral, lightning struck close to the estate, sending vibrations through the walls. Startled, Lady Ely gasped audibly while tucking in the bedskirt. That single, uninvited sound was enough. The Queen rose halfway in bed, narrowed her eyes, and said, "Lady Ely, please recover your composure in the corridor." Translation: Get out. That thunder may have shaken the house, but you'd better not shake Victoria's bedtime aura. And here's where it gets extra strange. Courtiers often developed peculiar coping rituals of their own. One woman, faced with the terror of forgetting a gown-folding sequence, wrote herself a private bedtime rosary, not of prayers, but of tasks. Fold, bow, breathe, whisper, exit. She recited it under her breath each night while drawing the curtains. Another kept a small notebook where she'd tally how many nights passed without receiving a royal correction. Her record was 32. She retired in peace. For those uninitiated in this lifestyle, it might sound cruel, excessive, like a monarchy-themed escape room that never ends. But here's the twist. Some of these women loved it. The Queen's predictability, her meticulousness, her almost spiritual commitment to bedtime routine, it gave them structure, purpose, and proximity to the most powerful woman in Europe. Being allowed into that sanctuary, even just to tidy the mantle or hold the wig stand, was an honor few dared to dream of. That proximity came with secrets, real ones, because while Victoria demanded silence and obedience, she didn't always maintain it herself. On rare nights, when grief loomed heavier than ritual, she'd talk, not lecture, not command, just talk, often in bed, sometimes to the chambermaid still folding lace in the corner, sometimes to no one in particular. She'd murmur about Albert, about childhood, about how empty the corridors felt in winter. These weren't public monologues. They were confessions whispered into firelight and swallowed by loyal ears. A few wrote about these moments later in life, not to expose, but to remember. One described them as the moments Her Majesty ceased to be majesty and became merely mother, widow, girl. That contrast, the regal icon and the haunted sleeper, left an imprint. These weren't just jobs. They were witnessings. And speaking of witnessings, here's tonight's sex story, or at least the aftermath of one. An account passed down through the letters of Lady Caroline Barrington describes a moment when Victoria, after what was clearly a very affectionate evening with Albert, accidentally dropped a note meant for him under the bed. A young maid, collecting fire ash nearby, bent to retrieve it and caught just enough of a phrase to blush scarlet. Victoria, spotting the change in color, immediately reclaimed the note and said, "When one blushes at paper, one must be too tired to work." The girl was excused early. The note, according to whispers, included the line, "I am still undone in your arms." Mild, yes, but in the Queen's world, positively volcanic. And now, for your fringe tidbit, the Queen had a nighttime security code known only to her bedchamber staff. If she felt unwell or in danger, she would ring a bell in a specific pattern, 3 short, 1 long. The bell sounded identical to any other, but to trained ears, it meant come quietly, bring shawl, no questions. This protocol was never publicly acknowledged. Not even ministers knew it existed. It was the Queen's last line of personal sovereignty, and it worked. once, during an incident involving an intruder on the palace grounds. The code was used. Staff arrived silently, draped her in shawls, and moved her to a secondary bedroom without a word. The Queen returned to sleep within the hour. So tonight, as you close your eyes and maybe let your blanket fall just a little out of place, imagine those women, dressed in silk and protocol, moving like whispers through the halls, holding secrets, holding their breath, holding, always, the exact line between presence and absence. Because to serve the Queen at bedtime was not to be seen. It was to be remembered only by silence. Slip off your shoes for this one, because tonight we're sneaking down the palace halls on the softest of Persian rugs, tracing a forgotten path from Victoria's bedroom to one of her most deliciously human weaknesses, late-night snacks. Yes, you heard that right. The woman who ruled continents with a feathered quill and a steel spine still got peckish after hours. But of course, it wasn't as simple as raiding the fridge. There was no fridge. There were protocols, silver bells, dedicated pantry staff, and food that arrived so carefully plated it could have passed for diplomatic offerings. Let's set the scene. It's 11:15 p.m. The fire in the Queen's chamber has dulled to a crimson glow. Victoria's eyes refuse to close. She's rereading one of Albert's old letters, and suddenly, she feels it not hunger exactly, but a craving. Something warm, something soft, something that won't disturb the quiet, but will coax her into rest. She rings a tiny bell by her bedside, not the emergency one, but the one for provisions. The attending maid appears soundlessly and knows the routine. A coded request. Would the Queen care for refreshment? Victoria replies, perhaps a small comfort. That phrase alone triggers an entire kitchen ballet. The staff on night duty know what's coming, likely bread pudding, her favorite, or a sliver of sponge cake soaked in sherry. These dishes are not just made, they're curated. Silver trays, lace doilies, tiny lids over tiny plates. Warm milk infused with nutmeg is poured into a porcelain cup the size of a grapefruit, the teaspoon ivory-handled, the napkin embroidered with her initials. This is snack time at the height of the British Empire. But of course, nothing could ever stay simple in Victoria's bedroom. There was a problem once, a minor culinary disaster that caused a temporary diplomatic freeze between the Queen and her staff. Someone, on a night when Victoria had specifically asked for a bite of balm, mistook the instruction and sent up a syrup-glazed pastry made with almond essence. Victoria was allergic to almonds, not severely, but enough to make her cheeks flush and her throat itch. She didn't scream or panic. She simply dabbed her lips with her napkin, whispered, "This is not balm," and retired without another word. The pastry chef was reassigned within the week. No scandal, no trial, just quiet exile to a country estate, where he presumably baked apology scones until retirement. Historians still argue whether these midnight snacks were acts of comfort, rituals of grief, or subtle power tests. Some suggest Victoria used food to soothe the absence of Albert, whose death left the royal bed cold and the room echoing with memory. Others believe she simply loved the intimacy of being served without spectacle, of indulging without judgment. After all, the daytime version of Victoria had to maintain imperial posture. The nighttime version could enjoy bread soaked in warm milk like a child who never got to be one. And don't be fooled, these snack moments were never solitary. A lady-in-waiting or maid was always present to oversee the delivery. Sometimes to feed the queen if her hands were tired from writing or embroidery. Yes, she occasionally ate in bed. But not like us, with crumbs and Netflix. She was propped up, veiled in shawls, nibbling carefully, sometimes dictating letters between bites. The crumbs, if any, were removed with a dedicated silver brush. Of course, sex and snacks were not entirely separate. In fact, according to Sex with Kings, Albert occasionally requested post-intimacy treats. On one particularly well-documented evening, after what Victoria called an especially tender twilight, Albert asked for a slice of Dundee cake. The Queen laughed, kissed his forehead, and ordered a full tea tray delivered to their suite. The image of the royal couple, flushed and glowing, nibbling sponge cake by candlelight, is almost too sweet. Almost. Because what happened the next morning is pure Victoria. She summoned the nightmaid and asked if she had taken note of the cake's freshness. When the girl answered no, Victoria frowned and said, "One does not attend me only with hands. One attends with memory." The maid was not punished, but the message was clear. Even cake is political in the royal bedroom. And now for your quirky tidbit. Victoria had a peculiar fondness for gooseberries. Not in jam, not in pies. Fresh, tart, piled neatly in a porcelain bowl with a sprig of mint. She claimed they tasted like the feeling before good news. This exact phrase appears in 3 of her letters and at least 1 journal entry. Her physician once joked that if Britain ever ran out of gooseberries, the monarchy might wobble. So a private patch was cultivated near Balmoral, tended by a gardener who referred to it as Her Majesty's Night Harvest. That's right, royal midnight berries, delivered in silence, by candle. And here's the bit that brings it all home one night, near the end of her life. Victoria summoned the staff not for food, but to retrieve the old tray Albert used to serve her on. It was chipped, no longer in use. She asked that it be placed near the bed. No pudding, no tea, just the tray, as if its presence alone could fill the room. A maid later wrote in her journal that the Queen touched the rim of the tray for several minutes before falling asleep. It was, she said, the quietest hunger. So, as you lie there tonight, maybe with a half-eaten cookie on your nightstand or a glass of water warming by the lamp, remember that even queens crave a bite of comfort. That behind the lace and the silence and the rules, there lived a woman who, like you, sometimes just needed something soft and warm before closing her eyes. And she didn't need an army, just a spoon, a memory, and a bit of balm. If you've been keeping track of the starched sheets, the nocturnal silence, the solemn wigs, and the ceremonial gooseberries, you might be wondering, how on earth did Queen Victoria pull off one of the most biologically chaotic experiences of all pregnancy? Not once, not twice, but 9 times. That's right, 9 royal pregnancies, and each one navigated with the same iron-spined theatricality she applied to every other aspect of her night routine. Because for Victoria, getting pregnant wasn't just a private moment between lovers, it was a public ritual, a biological performance layered with etiquette, gossip control, and an unspoken national pressure to produce yet another piece of the Windsor furniture. But don't assume anything about how she felt about it, because the truth is, she hated being pregnant, passionately. She called it an animal condition, a tedious burden, and once wrote that no amount of child love compensates for the indignity. Her words, the queen of half the world, reduced to a body she couldn't command. She couldn't stand the nausea, the swelling, the fatigue, the temporary loss of control, and she said so, repeatedly, But she did it anyway, again and again, because that was her role. That was empire. And as always, the bedroom became both stage and battlefield. Let's tiptoe into a scene. Victoria, 6 months along, reclining in a nest of pillows designed by Albert himself to support her back and legs, her swollen feet wrapped in lavender oilcloths, and the windows open just slightly to admit Scottish night air. She's not glowing. She's annoyed. She's dictating a memo about chimney soot in Buckingham Palace bedrooms while someone gently fans her ankles. There are 2 nurses stationed nearby, one for her, one for the fetus. That's how seriously it was taken. The fetus got its own midwife. And no, it wasn't out of concern for the baby's well-being as much as a preventative move to avoid scandal if something went wrong. This is where it gets medical. Victorian medical. A world of camphor-scented handkerchiefs, mustard poultices, and opium tinctures. Queen Victoria's physicians kept notebooks detailing her temperature, mood, food intake, and bizarrely how many hours she spent reclining. The closer to labor she got, the more ceremonial the bedroom became. The furniture was repositioned. Portraits of her children were moved closer to the bed. Albert would sometimes compose piano pieces to play softly in the adjoining room, what he called musical distractions. It sounds sweet, but even that was regulated. He was not permitted to enter without direct invitation, especially once the Queen reached her no visitors phase. Historians still argue whether these rules were meant to protect her emotional state or to insulate the monarchy from visible vulnerability. Some believe it was Victoria herself who demanded isolation to feel powerful in a moment when her body betrayed her authority. Others think the court constructed these layers of ritual to keep anything unflattering away from the public eye. Either way, the end result was the same: a queen reclining like a wounded soldier in a heavily guarded fort, sipping tea between contractions and muttering about how undignified it all was. But if pregnancy was bad, labor was worse. Victoria detested it, and to her credit, she made history trying to fix it for herself. At least, in 1853, during the birth of her 8th child, Prince Leopold, she famously became one of the first women of her class to receive chloroform for pain relief during childbirth. A huge deal. Controversial. Many physicians considered it dangerous and immoral. Pain, they argued, was part of womanhood. Victoria disagreed. Her logic was scalding. If the Queen of England can have pain removed, why should she not? The gas was administered, and she emerged from the birth refreshed, relieved, and converted. She demanded it for her next child as well. The backlash was swift and righteous. Clergy called it unnatural. Doctors worried about long-term effects, but women across Europe took note. Chloroform became a feminist symbol, royally endorsed relief in a world that told women to suffer quietly. And Victoria, without intending to, became a pioneer of obstetric anesthesia. But of course, even unconscious, she did it her way. The nightgown was pre-selected. The bedding was changed by staff in silence before she returned to the room. And Albert, deeply involved in the pregnancies, was still required to knock. Even if she was between contractions, even if she had just delivered the future king, the rules did not change. That's the Queen's bedroom in a nutshell. Even childbirth follows protocol. And yes, there were accidents. Once, during the birth of her 3rd child, Princess Alice, a maid slipped on spilled water and knocked over a side table, shattering a framed miniature of Victoria's father. The Queen, mid-contraction, screamed not in pain, but in fury. "That was memory you broke," she yelled, before dissolving into tears. The labor continued. The maid was removed. The frame was repaired with gold thread. It now sits in a private collection labeled The Contraction Incident. But here's something that might surprise you. Victoria didn't hate her children. She actually loved them deeply. She was just wildly overwhelmed by the act of making and raising them. She often referred to herself as a factory. One letter to her daughter reads, "Your brother is darling. I simply wish he had arrived by telegram." And that about sums it up. She loved the product, hated the process. Enter tonight's sex story pregnancy edition. In a letter from Albert to a close friend, he once joked that Victoria is most radiant when forbidden from lovemaking. This was a tongue-in-cheek reference to her late pregnancy periods of enforced celibacy, when doctors told the couple to abstain for the Queen's health. Victoria hated it. She wrote in her diary that absence does not soothe passion, it strengthens it. Albert, ever the rule follower, complied but privately admitted he missed their nighttime closeness more than he expected. After the baby came, intimacy resumed quickly, often too quickly for the liking of the palace physicians. Victoria ignored them. She believed that love, like appetite, is needed to restore the body. And you've got to admit, that's a pretty spicy sentiment from a monarch who otherwise treated her bed like a porcelain sarcophagus. Here's your quirky tidbit. Victoria believed strongly in the power of fruit during pregnancy. Specifically, she thought oranges ripened the child's mind. She kept a bowl of them beside her bed and sometimes demanded they be peeled silently and held under her nose like a floral arrangement. One midwife noted that the Queen once delayed pushing for nearly an hour because she was fixated on a spot of mold on the orange bowl's base. "How can I bring forth life beside decay?" she reportedly said. The bowl was swapped. Labor resumed. Baby was born. So tonight, as you pull your own blanket around you, whether you've ever carried a child or not, think of the Queen sweaty, furious, wrapped in silk, demanding citrus and silence while birthing the next cog in the royal machine. Because even when bringing life into the world, Victoria kept her bedroom sacred. And if a baby had to pass through it, it had better follow the rules. The child is born, the oranges are removed, the sheets are changed by gloved hands that treat silk like scripture. And now, inevitably, we reach the morning after. But this isn't some romantic comedy fade-in with tousled hair and croissants. This is Queen Victoria's bedchamber, where even post-coital tranquility must be managed like a diplomatic summit. And whether the night brought passion, childbirth, a ghostly visitation, or simply indigestion from too many sponge fingers, one thing remains the same: the next morning must unfold with precision. The transition from Queen as sleeper to Queen as sovereign is not instantaneous. It's a slow, choreographed resurrection. Picture it. The room is dim, but not dark. The curtains are drawn with two pulls, never one, never hurried, and always from left to right. The bed canopy is not touched until Victoria's eyes have opened. The fire is poked, never stoked, and the poker must not make clanking sounds. The first voice she hears each day must be soft, low, and spoken in the subjunctive. "Might it please your majesty to sit upright?" The answer, almost always, is a groan or a grunt. That's how she begins the day. The Queen of England grumbling, and she's allowed, because mornings were not her forte. "I was not designed for dawn," she once said. "It intrudes." Her preference was to linger in bed until nearly 9 a.m., a scandalous indulgence by Victorian standards. Most ladies of the court were expected to be corseted by 7:30. But not Victoria. She ruled from her pillows. Her first activity, almost invariably, was reading. A tray with letters and newspapers would be brought in on the same silver platter Albert used to balance his breakfast, and she would scan headlines, sometimes snorting, sometimes muttering. If a politician had irritated her the day before, their name would be met with a disdainful twitch. One morning, upon reading a speech by Disraeli, she reportedly said, "He stirs me like vinegar on cream," which no one understood, but everyone wrote down. Breakfast itself was a relatively simple affair. Toast, perhaps porridge, or if she was feeling extravagant, smoked kippers, all served bedside, all delivered with monastic silence. One spoon out of place could ruin the day. She once refused to eat because a teacup handle faced inward. It was returned, repositioned, reheated. But let's pause here, because not all mornings were the same. Some followed nights of passion, and when that happened, when Albert had visited, and the lace was slightly rumpled, and her cheeks held just the faintest flush, the routine adjusted subtly. No one commented. Of course, that would be suicide. But the maids moved slower, more gently. The morning gown chosen was softer, less stiff. The Queen would sometimes hum. One memorable morning, she reportedly told her chambermaid, "The stars visited my dreams." Translation: Albert was particularly affectionate. Or perhaps she simply slept better than usual. Either way, everyone pretended not to understand. And that was the game, because even joy had its protocol. Historians still argue whether Victoria truly enjoyed these post-intimacy mornings, or merely endured them as part of the price of affection. Some believe she relished the quiet afterglow, but refused to admit it out loud. Others think her sense of decorum ran so deep she couldn't tolerate even the idea of emotional transparency in daylight. What we know for sure is that she liked physicality and loathed discussing it. "Let the night be folded," she once wrote, "and let the morning dress." Now, let's indulge in the breakfast sex anecdote of the day. According to Sex with Kings, there's one account almost too good to be true of Victoria and Albert sharing a private breakfast in bed after a particularly emotional night. Albert, ever the romantic, presented her with a poem written hastily on the back of a political dispatch. The poem, crude in rhyme but earnest in feeling, included the line, "My body lies where empires pause." Victoria laughed, slapped his arm, and tucked it into her bodice. That poem, now lost, was later referenced in her journal with only a cryptic line. He wrote as he loved unpolished, bold, and mine. But morning was not always warmth and poetry. More often than not, it was paperwork, letters to ministers, notes to her children, diary entries. She wrote constantly. Her bedside table had 3 inkwells, black, blue, and red, each for a different tone of correspondence. Red was for emotional notes, blue for political, black for official royal business. One morning, after a night spent weeping over Albert's memory, she wrote 10 letters, all in red ink. None of them were sent. They remain in the archives, full of half-finished thoughts and sudden lines like, "The sheets feel wrong without him." Which brings us to something often ignored in royal biographies, how a widow greets the bed she once shared. After Albert's death, Victoria's mornings changed, permanently. She no longer allowed her bed to be fully turned down. The half where Albert used to sleep remained intact, pillow fluffed, blanket folded, his dressing robe still draped nearby. And yet, she still slept on her side. Every night, as if leaving space. In the mornings, she would glance at the untouched half of the bed and murmur something, a prayer, a name, a breath. No one ever dared ask. One maid described it as a ritual of refusal, refusing to forget, refusing to let time undo the memory of weight beside her. Here's your quirky tidbit for the day. Victoria hated the sound of spoons clinking against china. Truly hated it. If it happened during her morning tea, she would set the cup down and not finish it. To avoid this, her staff developed a method of stirring tea with a slow twist, lifting the spoon mid-motion to reduce contact. It became known only half-jokingly as the Windsor swirl. And yes, new chambermaids were trained in it. You might be wondering if the Queen ever smiled in the morning. She did, occasionally, usually when reading letters from her children, or on days when she received good news, Parliament passing a favored bill, a military victory, or a particularly flattering portrait. Once, after seeing an engraving of herself described as maternal Britannia, she said, "I look like a goddess and a governess. Acceptable." Then went back to her kippers. So tonight, as your day winds to a close, and tomorrow creeps into your bones before you're ready, remember that even queens have their messy mornings. That behind the empire, the robes, the rule books, there's a woman muttering at a misaligned spoon and tucking love notes into her corset. Because in the morning, power gets out of bed one sigh at a time. The palace wakes, the teacups are silent, and the empire ticks back to life. But before Victoria leaves her room, before she slips into public persona with a black bonnet and that famously stern expression, there's one final ritual, perhaps the most emotionally telling of them all, saying good morning to the dogs. Because yes, Queen Victoria did not, in fact, sleep alone. Not emotionally, not spiritually, and certainly not physically. Not with her furry companion sprawled, nested, and sometimes wedged beside her like privileged, well-fed throw pillows. Her dogs were not accessories. They were not floor sitters. They were bed fixtures, and they had names, ranks, temperaments, and bedtime protocols of their own. Most prominent among them was Dash, her first true companion, an affectionate King Charles Spaniel given to her as a child. Long before Albert, long before responsibility, back when her bedroom was a gilded cage and affection was scarce, Dash slept at the foot of her bed, wrapped in a special shawl each night, and greeted her each morning with breathless, tail-thumping loyalty. He was her first consistent source of love, and after his death, she mourned him so intensely that she had him buried with a personal inscription and a statue. But Dash was only the beginning. Over the years, her bed became a menagerie. Pomeranians, collies, Skye Terriers, they came and went, each occupying a corner of the royal mattress and a corner of her heart. The most famous among them, perhaps, was Sharp, a border collie with the protective instincts of a palace guard and the entitlement of a spoiled aristocrat. Sharp did not sleep at her feet. He slept beside her, literally beside her, on the bed, head on pillow, back legs stretched toward the fire, and no one dared question it. Historians still argue whether this habit was permitted out of loneliness or simply the Queen's dogged refusal to sleep like a normal person. Some believe it was a replacement for Albert's absence of body beside her, warm and living. Others say she'd always preferred animals to courtiers anyway. Whatever the reason, the dogs weren't visitors. They were family. And like any royal court, the bed dogs had hierarchy. Dash, in his time, had the coveted foot of bed position. Sharp claimed right side. Turi, a fluffy Pomeranian she received from her daughter-in-law, liked to burrow beneath the duvet, much to the horror of new maids. And Maud, a particularly yappy terrier, was once exiled from the chamber for snoring. You laugh, but the Queen was deadly serious about sleep acoustics. She made a note in her journal. Maud is to remain in the corridor until her breathing improves. That's not a joke. That's a royal memo. And just like with everything else in Victoria's world, the dogs had their own bedtime choreography. A footman would carry each one in, announce them by name, and place them on the correct side of the bed. Cushions were adjusted. Water bowls arranged on low stools. If the Queen was already tucked in, she'd stretch out her hand, and the dogs would trot over one by one to receive a stroke before settling into their designated spots. If one jumped the order, the staff would reposition them. It was not chaos. It was courtly. But of course, dogs are still dogs. And once in a while, there were accidents. One night, Sharp leapt off the bed mid-dream and knocked over a tray of letters, sending official correspondence flying into the hearth. Flames consumed 3 pages before anyone could react. The Queen didn't scream. She just sighed and said, "Sharp has opinions," and ordered fresh parchment. Her staff, however, had to rewrite the notes from memory. That's how seriously she took it. Even the chaos caused by her beloved companions had to be corrected by human precision. You might be wondering, what about Albert? Did he share the bed with a full canine court? He did. Somewhat reluctantly. He tolerated Dash, learned to respect Sharp, but insisted that at least 1 night per week be dog-free. Victoria allowed it, but only after negotiation. Sharp may rest at the fire instead. She offered, so long as he is not spoken to. They compromised. That's love. Speaking of love, here's your sex story. Dog edition, according to a diary kept by a palace maid, probably exaggerated, but delicious nonetheless. One night, Victoria and Albert were enjoying a rare moment of spontaneous affection when Maud, the terrier, leapt onto the bed and began barking furiously. The Queen, mid-swoon, burst into laughter, rolled over, and said, "Even the dogs are chaperones now." Albert didn't laugh. He removed the dog, closed the door, and carried on. But the next morning, Maud was served breakfast in the corridor as a subtle punishment. The Queen reportedly said, "There is a time to bark, and there is a time to let passion breathe." Yes, she actually said that. Passion. Breathe. Framed by dog etiquette. That's Victorian monarchy for you. And now, your quirky tidbit. Victoria once held a full naming ceremony for a new puppy complete with candles, soft music, and a prayer that the dog would remain loyal, affectionate, and discreet. Discreet. As if the animal might start leaking palace secrets. But this wasn't mockery. This was her love language. She took loyalty seriously, even from creatures who licked their own feet. In fact, the only creature allowed to sleep closer than Sharp after Albert's death was Noble, her final collie. In her last years, frail and grieving, Victoria would let Noble curl against her spine, offering warmth where no human dared reach. When Noble died, she wrote in her journal that the bed feels brittle without him. No fanfare. Just that. Brittle. Because when you rule an empire and bury your husband, your children grow cold and your advisors more distant. Sometimes the only thing left to hold at night is a creature that doesn't need you to explain yourself. So as you tuck in tonight, maybe with a dog curled at your feet, or a cat sharpening its claws on your last clean sheet, remember that even queens needed soft weight beside them. That no matter how many rules framed her night, no matter how high the canopy or how stiff the lace, Queen Victoria always made space for something that simply loved her. Unscripted, undiplomatic, unashamed. Now, let's dim the candles and sink deeper into the silence that came after. Because if you've followed Victoria's bedtime story this far, you know that there's a hinge in the middle of it. A moment where the rhythm changes, not because of routine, but because of rupture. The night Albert didn't return, not because he was late, but because he was gone. Permanently. December 14th, 1861. Windsor Castle. Prince Albert. Consort. Husband. Father of 9. The only man to ever read Victoria's dreams in their native language. Died after a short, savage illness. His final days were spent in pain. His final words too quiet to etch into certainty. And Victoria's world shattered. But she didn't scream. She didn't collapse. She did what she always did. She went to bed and made it the coldest place in the kingdom. Let's sit with that, because the Queen didn't just grieve, she institutionalized her grief. She turned her bedroom into a mausoleum in real time. The staff called it the Long Dark. Curtains never drawn fully. Albert's pillow never touched. His side of the bed dressed each night, precisely, as if waiting for someone returning from war. And here's the twist. She rewrote the bedroom rules. Not for herself, for the absence, for the man who no longer breathed beside her. For decades, yes, decades after Albert's death. Victoria continued to behave as if he were simply away. She spoke to him in the dark. She wrote notes and left them on his pillow. She had his clothes laid out, a fresh towel folded, hot water prepared. These weren't gestures. They were obligations. He must not return to disarray. She told the staff, even though he would never return at all. Historians still argue whether this was madness, devotion, or theater turned pathology. Some call it Victorian widowhood, at its most extreme grief, so ornate it becomes a form of worship. Others believe it was a calculated way to maintain emotional stability. She couldn't control death, but she could control the bedsheets, and she did. Fanatically. Her sleeping arrangements were adjusted. No one else entered the bed, ever. She began using a smaller daybed for naps, leaving the marriage bed untouched except at night. Her dogs were repositioned to avoid disturbing Albert's pillow. If one accidentally nudged it during sleep, the dog was removed. Sharp was reportedly banished for 3 nights for rolling into the sacred hollow. The phrase comes from a maid's journal entry, written in shaky ink. Her Majesty noticed the indentation and said it must be preserved. It is where the spirit lays. Think about that. An entire palace staff, reorganizing around a dent in a mattress, because the Queen said her husband's ghost still slept there. And what's more, she refused to let her ministers or children speak of it. Albert's absence was not to be acknowledged publicly. She told her daughter Vicky, "Speak of your father only when the stars are cloaked," meaning only in darkness, only in whispers. One could argue that Victoria never really slept again, not the way she did before. She rested. Yes, she lay down, closed her eyes, breathed deeply into the linen soaked with rose water. But true sleep, the unguarded kind, may have left with Albert. She often woke disoriented, called out, sometimes cried softly into the handkerchiefs he once folded. She wrote of dreams where he stood in the corner, watching her, not speaking, not approaching, just there. His stillness is the only comfort I know now, she wrote. That line later appeared in a poem mistakenly attributed to Tennyson. It wasn't his. It was hers. The sex story of this chapter is not physical, but it lives in shadow. In her later letters, Victoria often referenced Albert's body not in detail, but in shape. She would describe missing the press of his warmth, the shelter of his form, and once, hauntingly, the hush between us after. These aren't the words of a prude. These are the words of a widow who remembers everything. Touch, breath, even silence, especially silence. One entry simply reads, "The bed is too loud now." He made it quiet. What do you do when your grief outlives your husband by 40 years? You do what Victoria did. You ritualize it. You build rules around it. You schedule it between letters to Parliament and photographs of your grandsons. And you keep the room ready, just in case. Even when you know. Even when you know. Here's your quirky tidbit after Albert's death. Victoria had a life-sized marble statue made of him nude from the waist up, seated, reading a book. She placed it in her private sitting room, just adjacent to her bedchamber. Every night before entering her bed, she would pause, look at it, and whisper something. No one knows what. The statue remained there until her death. Some believe she was speaking to the statue. Others believe it was for herself, a reminder that love, even when it hardens into memory, still deserves ceremony. The staff, of course, adapted. The phrase for his pillow became code in the palace. When someone asked, "Is the sheet turned for his pillow?" everyone knew what it meant. No one dared skip that step, and the space remained untouched, sacred, as real in its absence as Albert had been in life. You might be tempted to see this as sad. It is, but it's also deeply human. Because what is a bed? Really, if not a place where love lingers after the body is gone, Victoria may have ruled like a titan. But in her bedroom, she mourned like anyone who's ever reached out in the dark and found only air. So tonight, if your own bed feels a little too quiet, a little too wide, a little too cold, think of the queen who left room for someone long gone, who refused to let dust erase intimacy, who made absence into a daily ritual, and who, above all, believed that love should be folded and placed just so. By now you might have figured out that Queen Victoria didn't just sleep in a bed. She made her bed the axis of an empire. Literally, politically, emotionally. The royal bedroom was never just a private space. It was a projection device. And while the monarchy flaunted itself on the steps of cathedrals, on balconies, and in portraits with lots of drapery and very stiff horses, it was the bed particularly, Victoria's, that quietly communicated everything the British Empire wanted the world to believe about itself. Discipline, virtue, fertility, modest power, and a moral center that just happened to be wrapped in lace and flannel. Let's peel that back a bit. Because when we say bedding and empire, we're not being poetic. We're being literal. The linens used in Victoria's bedroom were chosen not just for comfort, but for what they represented. Irish linen meant union with the realm. Scottish wool used in her mattress stuffing paid homage to her favorite retreat at Balmoral. The cotton in her pillowcases, sourced from India, spun in Manchester, delivered under armed escort if necessary. Each thread was, in effect, a line of imperial poetry. The bed itself, carved of English walnut and draped in silk, woven in Spitalfields, was positioned in such a way that her head pointed toward London. Coincidence? Not remotely. The royal bed wasn't just a place to rest, it was an altar to the empire's geography, and the court made sure everyone knew it. On several occasions, foreign dignitaries were given tours of the Queen's apartments, carefully staged to include a casual glimpse of the bedroom suite. Not the actual bed, of course. That was shrouded behind heavy velvet curtains, but its presence was implied. The message was always the same. Even, Her Majesty's dreams are morally pure, nationally sourced, and productively British. Historians still argue whether this weaponized domesticity was intentional or a side effect of Victoria's compulsive modesty. Some believe it was a deliberate PR strategy, a way to feminize imperial power, to make conquest feel less like domination and more like maternal stewardship. Others argue that Victoria's own discomfort with public life simply bled into her furnishings, and the nation adapted accordingly. Either way, the effect was profound. Victoria's bed became the unseen heart of Victorian morality, a symbol of what every middle-class family was supposed to aspire toward: modesty, monogamy, self-restraint, and lots of babies. And it worked. The domestic ideal sold millions of books, inspired thousands of parlor lectures, and showed up in etiquette guides from Delhi to Dublin. The Queen never said, "Do as I do," but the Empire certainly did. Want a bizarre example? One of the most popular wedding gifts of the era was a bed linen set called the Windsor Sleep, marketed as inspired by the restful habits of Her Majesty. It included pillowcases embroidered with tiny crowns and a printed set of marital sleeping instructions with advice like never retire in anger, face eastward if seeking harmony, and one must not address the spouse until slippers are properly removed. We laugh now, but people followed it. They really did. Victoria's marriage bed became a spiritual blueprint for the family unit. And if that sounds absurd, ask yourself why else would couples who had never been to England, never seen the Queen, and never ruled anything more than a garden shed still want to mimic her bedtime rituals? Because she wasn't just Queen Victoria, she was the mother ghost of Victorian virtue, haunting bedrooms across continents. Now let's take a brief detour into colonialism, because yes, even the Queen's blankets were imperial. After the annexation of Punjab, she received a gift from a local prince, a quilt woven with gold thread and dyed with indigo from Bengal. She thanked him graciously and promptly had it stored in a cabinet, never once allowing it on the bed. Why? Because the dyes weren't temperate. Translation: the color was too bold, the symbolism too raw. She later wrote, "One's resting place must not provoke." You want to know how an empire hides conquest under a doily? That's how. A sex story. Then, not quite what you'd expect. This one is about symbolic copulation, the union of bed and empire in a single, perfectly awkward moment. In 1876, the year Victoria was declared Empress of India, her staff embroidered a new bedsheet with a delicate border pattern that included the sun rising over Britannia's crown. It was never publicly announced, but insiders knew. That night, the Queen slept on Empire, literally. She did not comment, but she kept that sheet in rotation for the next 10 years. Some say it was superstition. Others call it pride. Either way, the marriage of bedding and dominion was complete. And now, for your quirky tidbit. Victoria had a scale in her bedroom not for herself, but for the linens. Once a month, the clean sheets were weighed. If they came back lighter, even slightly, someone was reprimanded. Her rationale: the fibers of our rest must not diminish. Whether that was metaphor or madness is up to you, but no other monarch in recorded history weighed their sheets. That's Victoria for you. Everything counted. And what about Albert? In all this, he understood the game. He had his own views on imperial symbolism, but he respected Victoria's nesting instincts. Once, while traveling abroad, he wrote her a letter describing a foreign palace bed as too Baroque, too French, not sovereign enough. She agreed. The royal bed, in her mind, should not dazzle. It should dignify. So she kept hers austere, even a little grim, until you looked closely and realized every detail had been selected, not for comfort, but for message. And the message was this: here lies the mother of empire. Not lounging, not pampered. Resting, ready, robed in restraint. Tonight, when you curl into whatever you call a bed, maybe a memory foam mattress, maybe a futon that groans like an old pirate ship, know that Queen Victoria's sleep wasn't really sleep at all. It was statecraft. Her pillow wasn't just where she laid her head. It was where she laid her nation's sense of virtue. And in a world full of brass bands and booming speeches, she ruled the most quietly of all from between the folds. Let's shift the sheets and pull back a darker corner of the royal canopy. Because tonight, we're slipping into the truly odd space between sleep and sanity. Victoria's bedroom is a Victorian medical theater, because when you think of medicine in the 1800s, you probably picture top hats, leeches, and a suspicious amount of brandy. But inside Queen Victoria's bedroom, healthcare wasn't a last resort. It was a nightly guest. Not because she was chronically ill, though grief did its damage, but because the Queen's body, like her empire, required constant surveillance, soothing, and ritual repair. And the results: equal parts fascinating and faintly terrifying. It starts with one word: hysteria, a term so broadly and uselessly defined in Victorian medicine that it might as well have meant woman feels anything at all. Fatigue, weeping, stubbornness, dreams, libido, indigestion, mood swings, ambition, restlessness, any of it could earn the diagnosis. And when you're queen, every ache is national news. Victoria herself was never publicly labeled hysterical, but her treatments straight from the hysteria playbook. And they happened in bed, often, behind drapes, under warm compresses, beneath the gaze of physicians who took notes with the gravity of astronomers and the accuracy of fortune tellers. Her medical team changed over the years, but all were men, all were deferential, and all treated her symptoms like sacred riddles. When she complained of palpitations of emotion following Albert's death, her doctor prescribed a combination of valerian root, hot foot baths, and readings from the Psalms. That might sound quaint, until you realize the valerian came mixed with morphine. It helped her sleep. Yes, but it also dulled everything else. On more than one occasion, she woke groggy and disoriented, unable to remember what had been dictated the night before. One maid noted, "Her Majesty forgets the letter she wept over. That's not just melancholy. That's chemical fog." Historians still argue whether this drug use was abusive or therapeutic. Some say it reflects early palliative care. Others believe it allowed doctors to control her emotional extremes, especially when the court feared another breakdown after Albert's death. Either way, the Queen's nighttime regimen began to fill with bottles, some marked, some coded. She took tinctures for digestion, tonics for nerves, elixirs for vitality. There was a lavender and camphor liniment rubbed into her temples at bedtime, a compound of magnesium and opium for intestinal distress. Even special lozenges meant to quiet the humors of thought, and all of it administered with ritual seriousness. The royal apothecary was required to sign a ledger each night, verifying the exact doses delivered to her bedside. If the Queen was asleep, he left a note. If she was awake, she'd nod but rarely speak, because medical treatment in Victoria's bedroom wasn't a conversation. It was ceremony, and it wasn't all chemistry. Oh no. The real intrigue lives in the more tactile therapies. At the height of her insomnia, Victoria consented to a now-defunct treatment known as nerve brushing. This involved gently sweeping a soft, bristled brush across her forearms, neck, and occasionally her scalp, to calm the nervous system. It was often performed by her most trusted nurse, under supervision. If she flinched, the session ended. If she sighed and closed her eyes, it continued, sometimes for over an hour. Think ASMR meets monarchy, with a side of melancholy. According to one letter, the Queen once remarked that the brushing mimics the comfort of Albert's hand, though never its kindness, and that right there is the whole story. Every treatment was a shadow of something she'd lost, a touch, a scent, a sound. Even her nightly breathing exercises were echoes of Albert's own routines. He'd taught her how to slow her breath to lull herself into sleep. After his death, she continued the pattern, often whispering eins, zwei, under her breath, counting in his native German. It didn't always work, but she never skipped it. One night, during a particularly difficult winter, her doctor proposed a controversial intervention: water therapy. A warm bath in the late evening, followed by cold compresses and brisk towel rubs. It was supposed to shock the nerves into calm. The Queen consented once. She hated it. "The water mocks grief," she said afterward. And that was the end of hydrotherapy in Buckingham Palace. But perhaps the strangest story of all involves a French physician named Dr. Danton, briefly summoned during Victoria's later years to consult on her chronic leg pain. Danton believed in a technique he called muscle harmonics, which involved softly tapping the Queen's calves with padded mallets while she reclined, claiming it would release built-up moral tension. It lasted 3 sessions. After the third, Victoria wrote in her diary, "He drums sorrow from my bones, and yet it remains." He was not invited back. And now, for your required sex-adjacent story at one point in her early widowhood. The Queen's doctors speculated that part of her insomnia and listlessness stemmed from the sudden withdrawal of conjugal vigor. That's right. They believed Victoria was suffering from the absence of sex. Their proposed solution: nothing. Of course, she was the Queen. But the suggestion lingered in letters between physicians. One even mused whether affectionate massage, non-suggestive, may ease the widow's slumber. To be clear, no such treatment was administered. But the very fact that they discussed it, in the language of science and concern, tells you how deeply Albert's absence left a mark on her body as well as her spirit. Quirky tidbit of the night, Victoria had a special pillowcase sewn with a tiny hidden inner pocket. Inside it, she kept a locket of Albert's hair and, occasionally, a pressed violet from their garden at Osborne House. She believed that the locket softened the nightmares. She never slept without it. Once, when traveling and the pillowcase was forgotten, she spent an entire night sitting upright, refusing to sleep on foreign linen. The pocketless case was removed, folded, and never used again. These rituals weren't just sentimentality, they were her operating system. So tonight, as you fall asleep beside your plastic humidifier and your discount pharmacy sleep aids, remember that even the Queen of England needed help quieting the noise. That her bed, for all its ceremony and privilege, was often just a field hospital for a broken heart, and that no amount of tinctures or tonics could replace the hand she reached for in the dark, in the quiet gloom of twilight, where the muffled tick of that silent clock meets the hush of lace. Queen Victoria's bed becomes more than a bedroom. It becomes a stage for public ritual to seep into private life. You see, being queen didn't end at the door, nor did empire. So tonight, let's follow the echo of ceremonies reverberating under that canopy, where every whisper is weighed and every gesture is freighted with symbolism. We're talking about Victoria's nocturnal role as the spiritual heart of her dynasty. Not sovereign in a crown, but sovereign in her solitude, carrying the aura of empire into the softest hours. Imagine the scene. It's 1876, 5 years after she's assumed the additional title of Empress of India. And her bed, carefully oriented north to south, is illuminated only by a night lamp hidden behind smoked glass. In this dimness, Victoria becomes not a woman at rest, but a ritual vessel. Each night, after dictating letters and confirming the placement of Albert's pillow and the proper alignment of her shawls, she engages in an almost liturgical practice, the lighting of a small brass lamp, filled not with oil, but consecrated candle wax, blessed by the Archbishop of Canterbury. Yes, the Queen's bedside lamp is blessed. It's meant to anchor grace in the room. She noted in a letter never meant for public consumption. This wasn't a whimsical affectation. It was a declaration in the dark hours. Monarchy becomes ministry. Historians still argue whether this gesture was the residue of personal faith, a tool of dynastic propaganda, or both. Some argue that as the public sphere grew noisier, newspapers, electric lights, telegraphs, the quiet sanctity of her bedroom became the last refuge of spiritual authority. Others suggest she used it to assert continuity, that even if empire changed, ritual remained. The spiritual lamp became a nightly beacon of silent duty, a reminder that rest is never rest, but responsibility, weighed in wax. Victoria punctuated these moments with prayer, not private prayer, but public prayer in miniature form. She burned a strip of incense, then whispered a line from the Book of Common Prayer, designed specifically for sovereigns. The words were formulaic, but powerfully symbolic. Grant thy servant, our Queen, the wisdom to govern with compassion and the fortitude to endure in solitude. She wasn't just asking for personal strength. She was roping vulnerability into statecraft. By whispering those words every night, she folded duty into darkness. Now let's drift down the aisle of empire for a moment. After the rattle of the Boer War reached her ear, Victoria switched the ritual lamp wax for a darker hue, clay-colored. A contemporary newspaper described it as a sorrowed light. Nobody criticized her for it. Instead, ephemera collectors clung to descriptions of the lamp. It became a faint symbol of British endurance. And though she never issued a decree or whispered a public explanation, the message was clear. Empathy weighs more than steel. Of course, this commitment to ritual extended past prayer. Each night, the Queen checked 3 framed royal portraits displayed just beyond her bedside curtain. Albert, their eldest son, Prince of Wales, and a young Queen Victoria herself, painted at 17. She would trace their faces with her eyes, whispering a brief, personal invocation. Guide him, steady his heart, protect her youth. So if you imagine the bed as altar, these portraits were icons, and she the solitary worshipper. Let's slide into a sex-tinged echo of these rituals, softly geological rather than carnal. Early in her widowhood, letters reveal Victoria would occasionally press a lock of Albert's hair into her neckline before the lamp-lighting ceremony. It was said to give her steady hands. That's not romance in the conventional sense. It's devotion encoded into fabric. Memory. Prayer. Enough to quiet insomnia, not to spark joy, but to quiet persistence. It gets even more ethereal. During moments of imperial crisis war, rebellion, succession rumors, Victoria's bedroom rituals intensified. She would lay a small, hand-blown glass urn of bath, England's holy spring water next to the lamp, then stir it 3 times clockwise with a silver spoon as she murmured a prayer for the health of the body politic. A courtier later remarked it was as though she saw Britain's fate reflected in that vessel. Whether you see that as superstition or sovereignty doesn't matter. What matters is she believed it. Want a quirky slice of detail? Victoria's ritual mat had an embroidered Latin motto reading, Nox aeterna vugatur, night is the eternal summoned. It was hidden beneath the bed and never seen by servants. If it had been discovered, the finder was too terrified to be curious. The mat's presence, invisible yet central, mirrored the Queen's own perception. Her bed was not a place of endings, but of continuities. And as with everything in Victoria's bedroom, it was a domino effect. Ritual nourished grief. Grief reinforced ritual. The lamp, the prayer, the urn, it all became a cycle of spiritual sovereignty worn in the round-the-clock quiet. Sleep remained elusive, but she managed to transform the waking moments of the night into ceremonies of remembrance and royal authority. The spirit of empire, after all, didn't sleep. It shifted into shadow governance. And Victoria, like a nocturnal priestess, kept the flame lit. Here's your final bedtime oddity. Victoria once had a tea tin carved with sacred inscriptions in Sanskrit. Given by Indian envoys to commemorate her being named Empress of India, she incorporated a pinch of its tea into her pre-sleep decaffeinated brew. Just a pinch. She recorded. To invite the realm into rest. Ironic. Right, she brewed empire at bedtime. So as you lie in your own dark, maybe reaching for your phone or settling into headphones, consider this. Your rest isn't neutral. It's a space you curate, a ritual of unwinding, a nighttime sovereignty. And while most of us don't have empire to sustain, we do have authority over our own habits, our own darkness. We can light our lamps, whisper our prayers, or simply close our eyes and claim that night is ours, however small our realm. You might imagine that a royal bedroom is where politics stops, where even monarchs, wrapped in embroidered dressing gowns and clouded in lavender steam, can finally lay the burdens of empire aside. But not Queen Victoria. No. For her, the bed wasn't a place to escape decisions. It was a place to make them. The canopy was not a curtain of separation, but a dome under which diplomacy, domestic crises, and entire colonial strategies unfolded quietly. Yes, but decisively. Her bedroom was, in the truest sense, a war room padded with quilts and scented with camphor. Let's start with the setup. By the late 1860s, a small writing table had been installed at her bedside, not at the foot or corner of the room, but directly within arm's reach. The surface held ink pots, blotting paper, wax seals, and copies of foreign telegrams folded into stiff envelopes tied with silk string. This wasn't a vanity project. It was a tactical station. She would read, annotate, and often dictate policy comments from beneath her lace coverlet, especially in the early morning hours when sleep eluded her. Parliament might have sat during daylight, but Victoria made decisions in the hush of post-midnight quiet. Take, for instance, the Zulu War. While most historians credit her ministers and generals for the strategies, they often overlook her handwritten notes sent from bed, in which she criticized rash violence under the pretense of discipline and insisted on clearer communication with colonial governors. She wasn't barking orders like a general, but she was nudging empire with her pen, and she was doing it in slippers. One of her ladies-in-waiting once wrote, "The Queen believes sleep must be earned through completion, and so she wouldn't rest until her thoughts had been sent, even if they were dispatched by candlelight to a secretary waiting half asleep in the next room." Sometimes the ink was barely dry by dawn. Historians still argue whether this late-night engagement with state matters was born of insomnia, control, or a sincere sense of responsibility. Some suggest that her nighttime decision-making allowed her to bypass the noise of Parliament, the social posturing of ministers, and instead work in pure thought uninterrupted. Others believe it was grief work, her way of keeping busy, substituting policy for passion. Whatever the motive, it was effective. The Queen of England did not sleep until the Empire did, and she wasn't alone. Her night staff included a personal secretary trained to interpret half-finished notes, decode royal abbreviations, and record verbal instructions whispered into the dim. These assistants, mostly men, were sworn to secrecy, forbidden to speak of their nighttime duties even decades later. Only one, Lord Ponsonby, ever hinted at the surreal intimacy of serving the Queen in this capacity, saying it was like assisting a nun who governed the globe. Now, let's slip in tonight's sensual detour, because yes, there's always one. You'd think in all this geopolitical paper shuffling that sex would be the last thing on her mind. But think again. According to the erotic spirit through history, Victoria once delayed replying to a minister's letter regarding Irish famine relief, not out of disinterest, but because she was, quote, emotionally preoccupied following a private evening with Albert. She penned a follow-up the next morning, apologizing for the temporary eclipse of civic attentiveness and promising a full and reasoned response after rest. What was happening that night? Let's just say she later recorded in her diary, Albert was as tender as he was complete. The famine report arrived the next morning, annotated in red ink. What's striking is not the delay, but the honesty. Even in politics, Victoria allowed her body to have precedence for a moment. It didn't diminish her duty, it humanized it, because a woman governing a quarter of the world from her pillow still needed warmth before ink. And then there's the infamous bedside audience arrangement. On extremely rare occasions, Victoria summoned ministers or confidants directly to her bedroom, not into the bedchamber itself, but to the adjoining sitting room just beyond the curtain. From her bed, she would speak softly, shielded by lace panels, occasionally holding correspondence through a gloved hand so that no one saw the tremble of fatigue. These weren't casual chats. They were moments of decisive governance, conducted in a room still heavy with the scent of sandalwood and camphor. There's a particularly eerie account from 1887 during a cabinet crisis. Her physician reported that Victoria conducted a full political discussion while propped up on 3 pillows, her dog curled beside her, her hair loosely braided over one shoulder. She approved 2 diplomatic cables and rejected a proposed speech draft, all before her first cup of tea. The physician simply wrote, "Her Majesty governed from lace and shadow." Quirky detail of the night Victoria had a special drawer built into her bedside table labeled Imperium. It held her signet ring, a selection of wax seals, and a pair of ivory-handled letter openers shaped like laurel branches. The drawer was opened only between 10 p.m. and 6 p.m., and only by her hand. One footman who accidentally pulled it during daylight hours reportedly fainted on the spot. It was considered her private command center, her secret council chamber, built into oak. But it wasn't all empire and inkwells. There were quieter moments, nights when, after the letters were sealed and the decisions dispatched, Victoria would lie back and murmur to her maid, "Has it been enough today?" And the maid, trained to respond without hesitation, would say, "It is always enough, ma'am." It was less flattery than emotional first aid, because even monarchs doubt themselves at midnight. And yes, she dreamed, not of war or politics, but of people, of Albert walking beside a lake, of her daughter Louise painting in a sun-drenched room, of herself, as a girl, running down palace halls barefoot. She once woke in tears from a dream in which she had no duties, only time. The luxury of purposelessness, she wrote, is foreign to me now. So tonight, if you find yourself staring at your ceiling, wondering if your day amounted to anything, take comfort in knowing that even the most powerful woman of her century lay awake with the same question. That her war room was lined with cotton batting and quilted comfort. That she, too, balanced love, loss, and political urgency from a bed too wren to ever feel entirely restful. And that sometimes the most serious decisions in history were made by candlelight, in slippers, with a terrier curled up snoring against the treaties. There's something eerie about a bedroom that begins to prepare itself for death before the occupant does. But in the final years of Queen Victoria's life, her bed became less a place of rest and more a rehearsal space for the inevitable. She didn't flinch from it. She choreographed it. She knew what was coming, and so just as she'd organized her empire, her emotions, her children, her widowhood, and her nightstand drawers, she began organizing her final sleep, not symbolically, literally. Victoria rehearsed dying in her bed with the same attention to detail that she once gave to folding Albert's nightshirt. To the outside world, she remained the image of enduring monarchy inside her chambers. However, she was folding time itself, measuring life in smaller and smaller increments. Each nap a dress rehearsal. She once whispered to her maid, closing her eyes in the middle of a quiet January morning. And she meant it. By the mid-1890s, a pattern emerged. Her Majesty would retreat earlier and earlier to her bed, not necessarily to sleep, but to sit in silence with her dog, her letters, and her grief, as if she was testing out what the world might feel like without her in it. Her bedtime grew stiffer, her rituals tighter, and the drapes heavier. At night, she wore black. Not morning black for Albert, though, yes. Still that, too, but departure black, as she described it. Silk-lined, tightly fastened, and adorned with a small, ivory brooch in the shape of a cross. She said it helped her imagine the dressing of a last sleep. Her staff didn't know what to make of this. Some said nothing. Others adjusted their breathing around her growing silence. Only the most senior maids were allowed to attend to her as the rehearsals became more frequent. One of them, Miss Phipps, wrote in her diary, "It is as though the room listens more than it watches." Historians still argue whether these routines were stoic or spiritual. Some believe Victoria was preparing to meet Albert and wanted to greet him in the same state of orderly composure she had maintained for the 40 years since his death. Others suggest that death, for her, was simply the last realm to master. She'd conquered courtship, motherhood, widowhood, empire. Why not choreograph an exit? And of course, Victoria didn't just plan for her own exit, she planned for the optics. Her instructions for the bedroom after her death were meticulous. The bed was not to be stripped immediately. The pillows were to remain in place until the room had been emptied of mourners. Her dressing robe was to be folded neatly across the footboard. The curtains were to remain drawn for precisely 6 days, then opened all at once on the 7th, so that light might resume its rightful place. These were not merely requests. They were commands, encoded in her will and carried out with military precision. Even her corpse followed a schedule. Let's pause, as always, for the requisite sex-adjacent tale. And yes, even here, one emerges. In the final months of her life, Victoria reportedly began sleeping with a silk cushion that had belonged to Albert. This was not new, but what's revealing is the way she described it in a note left among her effects. He held this once, and it remembers. That line, written by a woman who never publicly wept, who rarely admitted longing, is devastating in its quiet sensuality. Not erotic, but tender, intimate, a reminder that her bed never truly stopped being a place of love. Now, your nightly peculiar detail. Victoria had a clock custom designed for her final years. It ticked once every 2.5 seconds, slower than a standard clock. "Why, it must not rush me," she told the clockmaker. She wanted time to stretch, not because she feared death, but because she wanted each breath to feel accounted for. That clock remained beside her bed until the day she died. It now sits in Windsor Castle, almost never on display. Her final weeks were marked by a strange peace. The room grew quieter still. Her dogs lay at her feet like warm punctuation marks. Her ladies-in-waiting said she smiled more. Not big smiles, but soft, fluttering ones, as though she saw something no one else could. And perhaps she did. One evening, just weeks before her death, she allegedly murmured, "He stands by the fire again, reading." The staff didn't ask who. They knew. Albert had returned not in body, of course, but in ritual. The same fire, the same chair, the same hour. Even in death, he respected the bedtime schedule. And still, the Queen ruled. Letters were signed, orders issued, treaties reviewed, all from bed. But now, the weight of the crown seemed more spiritual than political. Victoria was no longer running the empire. She was preparing to release it. Her room, once a hive of ministers and maids, now functioned like a chapel. Even the doctors whispered. The bed no longer symbolized sleep, it symbolized surrender. But only on her terms. The night before she died, Victoria reportedly asked her physician one last question: "Will it hurt?" He assured her it would not. "Then we must be on time," she replied, and turned her head toward the fire. She passed away the next evening. January 22nd, 1901 at Osborne House, Not Buckingham Palace, but still in a bedroom organized in her exact specifications. She died surrounded by her family, in a black dress, with Albert's photograph on her chest, and a lock of his hair stitched inside her sleeve. You want a final twist? She insisted that a second pair of gloves be placed in her coffin. Men's gloves. Her own hands would be gloved too, but Albert's were meant to rest beside hers, so that in the next world, she'd said, he may take my hand in ceremony. That's not just death. That's love as ritual, as choreography, as monarchy in lace. So tonight, if the thought of your own mortality ever comes creeping in with the breeze, don't flinch. Dim the light. Fold the blanket back. Make space beside you for memory, or hope, or whatever you wish to meet again. Because even the longest rain must rest eventually. And when it does, may it be as quiet, as precise, and as fiercely human as Victoria's long-rehearsed, much-beloved final sleep. So here we are, the last turn of the blanket, the final flicker of the candle, and Victoria Queen, Empress, widow, sleeper has finally gone to bed for good. But the story doesn't end with her last breath. No, her bedroom, her sanctuary, stage, and archive of longing had one more act to perform. Because as morbid as it sounds, her death wasn't just a personal moment. It was a political performance, and the final detail, as always, lay in what she brought with her into the tomb. Not just who stood by the bed, but what and who lay beside her in death. Her final sleep, in the truest sense, was orchestrated like a symphony, each instrument tuned to her desires, each silence meaningful. Victoria didn't want to rest alone. And she didn't. In the weeks before her death, she gave clear, unwavering instructions about the contents of her coffin. And this is where the legend shifts from sad to strange, to strangely tender. She requested that she be buried with a number of personal items some expected, others less so. First came the photograph of Albert. That was predictable. It had slept beside her for 4 decades. Then the lock of his hair, stitched into her sleeve with the tiny bone needle she kept from childhood. Then the miniature of his face, carved in ivory and worn thin from years of secret touching under the sheets. But then came something no one saw coming. She requested that a plaster cast of John Brown's hand-a-servant, a confidant, a man whose relationship with her remains the subject of wild debate, be placed in her coffin, alongside one of his personal handkerchiefs, and a ring he had once gifted her. She didn't leave a justification. She didn't explain. But she didn't have to. It was the final bedroom rule. The last rearrangement of space, Albert in her heart. John Brown at her side. Historians still argue whether this was scandal, sentiment, or a last act of emotional honesty by a woman who had spent decades wrapped in royal performance. Some are furious about it. Others, oddly comforted. The instructions went further. She wanted to be buried with her head slightly turned, not dramatically, not grotesquely, but just enough to the side, as if mid-conversation. She told her staff, so I might still listen if they speak. To whom? She didn't say. Maybe Albert, maybe her children, maybe good. But the message was clear: rest. For her, wasn't a closing of the eyes. It was a soft tilt toward the possibility of connection, even underground. And now, your final fringe detail, beneath the folds of her burial dress, black silk, with delicate lace cuffs, was sewn a tiny packet containing dried lavender and rose petals gathered from Osborne's garden. This wasn't for scent. It was for memory. She had kept them from a summer decades earlier, when Albert had written her a poem during a rainstorm. The poem itself was long gone, burned during one of her ceremonial grief fires, but the petals remained. "That smell," she said, reminded her of the day we became real. She also had her favorite white veil placed over her face. It was the same veil she wore on her wedding day. Not for show. No one was meant to see it. It was for her. To remind her that once, long before widowhood and war, before empire and title, before iron discipline and velvet curtains, she was simply a girl in love. There was also the matter of her burial position. She insisted on being laid in a position that mirrored how she used to sleep on her right side, knees slightly bent, arms folded, no regal stiffness, no embalmed rigidity, just the posture of someone still mid-dream. It startled the undertakers. It broke protocol. But it was followed to the letter, because when a queen rules her bedroom like an empire, even death obeys her posture. The coffin was heavy, not because of her, but because of what she carried. Mementos, fabrics, portraits, letters. It was said to weigh nearly twice what a standard royal casket should, but no one dared question it. "She takes her grief with her," one maid murmured. "She always has." When the coffin was finally closed, the room fell into a silence so thick it felt carved. The bed, still made, was not touched for 7 days. Her nightgown was folded into a chest labeled Victoria Regina, the linen starched and stored under glass. Her slippers, worn soft at the heel, were placed beneath the bed and left there, untouched, until the room was sealed. And the dogs, they mourned too. One of her terriers refused to eat for 3 days, curling instead beneath the chair where she once laid her hand. Animals know. They always know. They don't need speeches or black veils. They feel the space where presence used to be. You might ask what happened to the bed itself. The mattress was removed, pressed flat, and stored. The frame was dusted, cordoned off, and eventually displayed, but never slept in again. No one, not even future queens, dared use it, because it wasn't a bed anymore. It was a relic, a monument to a woman who redefined monarchy, not with military bravado or rhetorical brilliance, but with linen, schedule, and unflinching devotion to the way a bed should feel when it's shared, then left behind. And so, Victoria's last bedroom rule stands when you leave. Leave it ready. Not perfect, not sterile, but honest, with love folded at the foot, with memory under the pillow, with a touch of perfume and a final breath tucked into the corner of the sheet. Because even after an empire bends, after children grow and newspapers stop printing her name, after statues fade and stamps change faces, the one thing that still whispers her truth is the bed she slept in. Not the thrones, not the carriages, the bed, the place she loved, the place she wept, the place she ruled most ruthlessly and gently, the place where, at long last, she let herself be held again by memory, by ritual, by sleep. And now, the story closes not with a bang, not with fanfare, but with the soft hush of lace settling over a still room. You're lying there now, your own bed perhaps creaking slightly as you shift, and somewhere deep inside, the idea settles that even queens, especially queens, spend their last hours like the rest of us, with routines, with longing, with old smells and remembered hands. Victoria didn't end in marble. She ended in flannel. She faded not on a battlefield or palace balcony, but under a comforter she'd folded just so, surrounded by tokens, photos, and faithful shadows. The quiet she cultivated wasn't emptiness. It was intention, a way of making peace with all that had been, and all that would no longer be. Her bedroom wasn't a retreat. It was the last, most honest version of her throne. And now that you've seen her there, not in portraits, but in her dim-lit sanctuary, you can maybe feel a little closer, not to her power, but to her person. Let your eyes close now, gently. Let the warmth find your fingers and drift upward. You don't need to remember every rule, every quirk, every embroidered Latin phrase stitched under the mattress. Just carry this. That history doesn't always shout. Sometimes it whispers through the turning of a page or the careful laying of a pillow. And sometimes it lies down beside you, wraps itself in a shawl of silence, and finally, sleeps. Good night, Queen. Good night, you. End of script. Sweet dreams.